Morning. As we normally start our meeting, we will do Pledge Allegiance, a moment of silence.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I gotta adjust my ears yet. And everyone, welcome here, and we'll start out with Priority Carol. Commissioner Garin, you want to start us?
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Kyler. I think that's called a cold opening, so appreciate it, because I'm not quite ready there. Good morning, Carroll County. A couple things I wanted to talk about this morning, and I've got some pictures I've sent in, but as many of us, I think all of us, we attended wreath-laying ceremonies on Saturday, and I was at Pine Grove Chapel in Mount Airy, Maryland. Wonderful ceremony conducted by the U.S. Marine Corps League. Some great speakers. Delegate Boucher spoke. It was a beautiful day, as everybody can attest to. Huge turnout. They actually kind of ran out of parking. But not unlike many of us, you know, you start to walk a cemetery, you start to walk a military cemetery. And for me personally, what just stops me in my tracks, and I know I'm not alone, is when you come across a fallen, one of our fallen, and you start to look at the dates and you realize how young the people were, and it just really kind of punches you in the gut. And that's certainly the case at Pine Grove Chapel. I just happened to look down at one of the first headstones, and it was Francis Robert Thomas, killed in Korea in 1952, recipient of the Navy Cross, which, by the way, is a major citation. But he was recipient of the Navy Cross, killed on 27 October 1952 in Korea, storming some bunkers and trenches. And you look at his age, 19 years old. So it just gets you where you're always the least expecting it to get you, because it just stops you in your tracks. And then the second one there is another resident of Mount Airy, then Lieutenant John Leatherwood. He volunteered for parachute duty, received his jump wings, was chosen for OCS and his mission as a second lieutenant, and died in the Battle of the Bulge. And you look at his age, and he's 25. So those moments, those quiet moments at a cemetery such as that, during a proceeding such as that, really hit you in the heart. And again, I can't help but, when you walk Arlington National Cemetery, where I have several friends of my own, you just can't help but notice how young people were, and they didn't have a chance to come home and start a family and do all those things that we take for granted. So the saying always goes, the heroes are the ones that didn't come home. It's certainly the truth. So that's all from me.
Mr. Gordon?
Thank you. Good morning. Obviously, it's been a busy week, I think, for all of us, without question. This past Friday, I had a meeting with Sam Bauman, who's the executive director of CCYSB. We spent some time discussing the mental health challenges in the community, not only for the youths, but also adults, and looking how we can collaborate collectively as a community to work together to assist in that area. And then, as Commissioner Garin mentioned, this past Saturday I was in attendance at Wreaths Across America as well. I was at the Meadow Branch Cemetery. It was a very large, incredible turnout, perfect, picturesque day. Thank you to Babylon Vault Company for doing all that they do for that. We had Westminster Fire Department that was involved, Bikers for a Cause, and a variety of other groups that I'm not going to remember everyone, but it was just great to see a community turn out and be so involved in this event. We had 4,000 veterans that received wreaths this past weekend, and that was at 41 cemeteries. Interestingly enough, though, Carroll County has a lot more cemeteries than those 41. It's something I mentioned in my remarks at the event, and it's something that I think we all really need to collaboratively come together like Carroll County does better than anybody, and that is I think we need to work to see that every cemetery and every veteran receives a wreath. So that's sort of my goal, and that's something I mentioned that morning or that afternoon, and also spoke to Babylon Vault about. So obviously every cemetery is different, and they all have their different rules and so forth, but I think it's something that it's important enough we as a community need to come together and do that. Also earlier this week, I got to hang out at one of my favorite days, which is Boys and Girls Club of Carroll County had their annual Christmas party. 204 kids received gifts from a wide array of folks in the community, individuals, companies. It's something to really watch enthusiasm on kids. And it's especially when it's kids that may not be expecting anything, or their hopes are limited in that scope. So, we all get kind of, I guess, beat down in life at times as adults. We lose some of that childhood enthusiasm and excitement, but it was just absolutely incredible to watch that. And, the gifts ran the gambit from books. We had one young lady, the minute she had the book unwrapped, she started reading it. So, it's nice to see that kind of appreciation and collaboration in our community, and I just thought that was absolutely spectacular. Obviously, yesterday, Commissioner Kyler, Commissioner Vigliotti, Commissioner Rothstein, and myself were at the luncheon we had over at the Shipley Arena. It's great to see everybody. It's obviously great that we were all able to take some time together and get away from work and just have some fellowship and enjoy each other's time. So I thought that was fabulous. Wanted to wish everyone, again, a Merry Christmas and a Happy Holidays. I am going to mention one thing that's going to kind of deviate from that for a quick second, though. It's something that I know is on a lot of people's minds. I'm hearing about it constantly in the community, and it's the housing challenge we face in Carroll County. As of Tuesday, we have 129 houses available for sale. If you go back to 2017, it was roughly 1,800 houses. Now, this is not just local to Carroll County, it's state, it's national. And we've also got 38 that are in new construction right now, but they're not obviously built, so those can't be purchased. So with only 129 houses in Carroll County, I'm hearing about teachers, firefighters, law enforcement that want to stay. They grew up here or they live here. They want to be in Carroll County, but they can't. So we're losing them to places like Littlestown. So it's a challenge. There's no debate about that. But the one thing I would like to see this board do, if we'd all be so willing, is I would like us to take up a conversation on this in the next month or two and really start looking deeply into this, because like I said, I understand it's not just here, but I think we have to look at Carroll County and figure out what we can do for the people of Carroll County. And thank you.
Yeah, thank you, and I think to be more depressing, of those 129, I'm curious how many are affordable for younger people coming into
question.
the county. And yes, thank you. That was a great point. We need to focus on it. Commissioner Vigliotti.
Thank you, Commissioner Kyler. Well, good morning, everybody, and Merry Christmas. I'll do my best to be a little less depressing. So last week, County Administrator Roberta Wyndham and I were glad to attend the local Maryland Municipal League quarterly chapter dinner in Union Bridge. And I spoke about some of the common challenges both the county and the municipalities face, and repeated our renewed commitment to working together wherever we can. Delegates Tomlinson and Boucher were also present to speak about the state of things and many of the issues ahead, ranging from criminal reform to HUR cuts to blueprint, and they reaffirmed their commitment to working with us on all those causes that we hold in common. Over the weekend, as my colleagues have also spoken about, I had the absolute honor and privilege of attending and speaking at the Wreaths Across America ceremony held at Keysville Union Cemetery. Between the wonderful participants and organizers, the gentle weather, and the beautiful blue mountains forming the horizon, we couldn't have asked for a better day to speak the names and honor the lives of the men and women who've served the United States of America and to secure for us the freedoms that we have. I also want to very, very briefly here thank Chris Swam for the reminder about the photographs for talking about Wreaths Across America. He certainly keeps all of us in line with the things that we share, and so I certainly want to give credit where it's due, as I always tried to do. So this week I had the pleasure of attending the Farm Museum Advisory Board meeting, where our own Denise Beaver was a welcome guest. It's been a good and busy year at the Farm Museum, and everyone on the board is looking forward to more exciting things to come in the new year. And they really are a wonderful group of people who are constantly committed to preserving our agricultural history and ensuring that the rising generations of young people understand and appreciate it, and is the tireless work they put into maintaining and promoting and preparing the museum for visitors and events is a testament to that. As Commissioner Gordon pointed out, we were all in attendance at the holiday luncheon for employees yesterday, and I want to thank everybody who put that together. I saw a lot of friends, and I made quite a number more. And what's awesome is that you get a chance to know some of the people who work as hard as they do for the citizens of our county. So I met yesterday someone who used to take care of bears and mountain lions. I got to learn more about a Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer obsession with one of our employees. And I met, befriended, and had a great conversation with a very wise and very tough, dedicated member of Public Works with the nickname of Lulu. So it's quite a cast of characters yesterday.
And you will get an email from him.
He already told me. He already told me to be expecting one. So. So for anybody who's looking for an exciting place to be on December 31st, I would urge you to consider the Fire Company grounds in Union Bridge, where Dream Big Union Bridge will be hosting a family-friendly indoor-outdoor New Year's Eve celebration from 7 p.m. to midnight, complete with live music, a beer garden, and a 20-minute fireworks display, among other exciting features and activities. And depending on my own schedule and my bedtime that evening, I may swing by myself. So to end things on a slightly positive note, I wanted to share the Christmas gift that I've created for my fellow commissioners, for Roberta and for Tim. I want to thank everybody up here for patiently working alongside me through the past year. And each of you have a framed copy of this waiting for you after session. So I spent part of November tracking down photographs of everybody, sketching you out. I inked you in, I scanned you into the computer. I used Photoshop to add coloring, and I stole common phrases that each of you used during our meetings. And I don't know if you can zoom in on that a bit, Chris, but it was certainly an enjoyable thing putting this together, and I wanted to commemorate our first year in a friendly and enjoyable manner. So I hope everybody likes it, and I hope I've captured everybody accurately. I used Roberta with her bright and colorful clothing. I got Commissioner Guerin with his love of blue. I got Commissioner Gordon with his love of navy blue. Commissioner Rothstein, your geometric pattern ties. Commissioner Kyler, you're certainly a fan of gray, and you can't see it, but I also got your letter K tie clip on your tie.
Oh, right.
Myself, obviously, with my wearing of vintage ties and tie bars, and Tim with his love of pink ties.
You didn't make me red enough.
Commissioner Kyler, you should have a mouse there in front of you. You can actually zoom in. Commissioner Rothstein?
I can zoom.
Yeah, you might want to show him how. This is the power of the presidency here.
Power, so
Yeah.
you click on the left.
Yeah, I was on the top picture, not the
and
bottom
right
one.
here.
There you go.
All right.
There we go.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Well,
Very
not
nice.
that I want to zoom in on this.
Very nice, Commissioner. Very nice,
I was
Commissioner.
told
Thank you.
to.
That's very thoughtful. And pretty fun.
That's great.
I'm glad you like it.
Wow. Are you done now?
Oh yeah, I'm done. Now I'm
Yeah.
done. Merry Christmas, everybody. Happy New Year, and God bless. God's
fun.
blessings to everybody.
Commissioner Rothstein.
Follow this.
Yes, you get to follow that.
Humble opinion.
Come on.
Are
First
you
and
giving
foremost-
us any gifts?
Absolutely not. First and foremost, I really like this seat over here. And congratulations again,
You
President
just
Tyler.
like being seated next to Rudolph.
Where's Rudolph? That?
Yep.
He's got a paperclip in his ear. What's up with that? So, and congratulations, Commissioner Vigliotti, as well. A few things on my mind. I also participate in Wreaths Across America, and I think we're the newest cemetery that Babylon Vault has recognized for us to partake in, and it's Springfield Cemetery on Spout Hill in Sykesville. There's 159 that are interred there from Civil War, Spanish America, World War I, II, Korea, Vietnam, and so on. And all services also were recognized. I had the opportunity, and I was really honored and humbled to both MC and be keynote for this, being part of the Freedom Lions Club, we, kind of packaged this, and definitely shout out to all those that were involved in making this thing happen. We had JROTC from Century High School. We had Girl Scouts troop was there, American Legion 223, the bikers from 223. We had a bagpiper, bugler. I mean, it was awesome, and the weather was perfect, to do this. And it's important to recognize that, yes, it is those that were in combat during these times, but it's also those that willfully raised their hands, and sometimes didn't willfully because they were drafted, but they raised their hands, and they raised their right hand to give up certain inalienable rights to allow us to have ours and give us the freedoms that we have in our country, sometimes that we take for granted. And it was an opportunity to step back and say, okay, this is why. And it's awesome. I mean, so when people thank me for serving, I turn around and thank them for giving me a reason, and the reasons why we have, the freedoms. Ronald Reagan said, freedom is only a generation away. And so Wreaths Across America, does respect and honor those that are buried in the different sites. But also, to me, the most important piece, and without being so parochial about it, but the most important piece is to teach ourselves, our children, our grandchildren, our neighbors, our community, because that's what it's all about, the importance of recognizing those that are there. So teaching was very important to us. And it kind of segues into another, I speak what I'm thinking about. What's going on in Israel right now is really difficult. And I remember when it started on a very special day, on a holy day, Sabbath, but also what's called Simchas Torah, is the invasion into Israel from the Hamas. And we're going on a long time now. We're past 2 months. It hits home because I have cousins that are there, and one of my cousins, he told me his kids, there's 3 of them. One's with the commandos, one's on the Lebanese border, and one just got put into the Air Force. So, and another cousin is in the Gaza Strip as well. So obviously it's, seriously on my mind, and it's challenging because it loses its, flavor of the month, flavor of the day. It goes from the top fold, front page, to the third page, which nobody reads anymore, and we got to keep it up front. We got to understand that there's still bad things happening, and let's work hard to keep that in the forefront and help towards getting a, support and continued support. I appreciate, Commissioner Gordon bringing up the housing, because a very close friend and colleague of mine, he runs the veterans programs down in Tampa, and he's also a retired colonel, but he's been involved in this whole Tampa veterans community. And he, was asking me about the housing situation up here. And there's some difficult articles, that have been, in the Baltimore Sun. So he highlighted that and sent to me, literally, I think 3 days ago. So, your timing is perfect on that. The last thing, and it's to, leave it on I think a very positive, actually, yesterday, the holiday luncheon was awesome, HR, GPW, packaging it all together, and everybody being there. I think we had 540 in attendance. That was really cool. And, just seeing everybody relax for a few hours and enjoy the camaraderie was really always a fun opportunity. So, to Ms. Bixler and her entire team, her leadership in packaging this and doing this was just awesome. So the other thing is I think I shared a couple weeks ago, what was that? I missed that one.
It was Tim getting his naughty or nice
Well,
card from
Tim-
Santa yesterday. Guess which one
Yeah,
Tim got?
but Tim always gets naughty. I mean, look at his face; it's turning red there. I mean, I got a very nice card, and I think Commissioner Kyler got a nice card, but I'm not sure. So
I'm taking way too much time in Priority Carol.
I'm just saying. So
You got very nice decorations, too.
I believe I shared. I continue to serve on the governor's workforce development board, and I'm on the committee. We're broken down in committees for diversity and inclusiveness in the workforce across our state. I think we're meeting next month, but that's good stuff. And it's challenging. It's to ensure everyone has a fair share and opportunities in the workforce. In addition, Carroll County steps up to the plate, whether it's by volunteering or just by recognition of all the things we do. The Governor's Commission on Hispanic Affairs, Javier Toro from DCS, from our Citizen Services, was recently appointed to that Commission on Hispanic Affairs, and he's coming out of the housing stability. He's the housing stability coordinator, but that's great stuff. Another one is, and those that know Dr. Ahmed Raza Khan from the community college, he was appointed to the Governor's Commission on South Asian American Affairs. I mean, we step up, whether it's in MACO, in the committees, or it's just recognition that the governor wants, to build these committees and grow them across our state. Sometimes I feel like he doesn't look farther past Carroll County, and because Carroll County knows what right looks like. And so really congratulations both to Javier and also to Dr. Khan on your recent appointments. Always good stuff. And that's it for me. I think I'm going to be talking in a couple minutes and recognizing an individual, but back to you, sir.
Thank you. And I love Carroll County, and it's a great group I'm working with. And as you all are aware, this group elected me president and Commissioner Vigliotti vice president, but the meetings are less formal, and we're all setting up here as equals, but somebody has to do something. I tried to learn from Commissioner Rothstein. I know I'm older, but evidently
Much
not
older.
wise.
Much older.
I never opened
Just
the meeting.
saying. Okay.
So I'm opening the meeting. Do we need to start over, or are we okay?
One pledge is enough, I think.
Oh my! And the holidays are coming. Safe travels to all. It's it seems like travel's up, air and car. Be safe. Catherine Adelaide has been calling in a couple of the meetings, and I apologize. Is it Creighton?
Kratom.
I don't know.
Yeah, she's called in about a drug issue, and she's right, and she's put it out, and I think a lot of us were surprised to hear about it, and she's working hard on that. I'm sure she'll call in at the end of the meeting and talk to us again. At her urgence, we put out a press release, a memo, along with the Sheriff's Department, just reminding everyone, please travel safely, and in particular, not with alcohol, impaired with alcohol or drugs of any kind. It's going to be busy on the highways, and it's bad enough. And she'll tell us a little bit more when she calls in, but I promised her I'd say something at the beginning of the meeting. And then on a personal but depressing note, and I think a couple people have said it, and I am getting somewhat older, not much older than you. It just seems like we're losing more and more people, and I want to mention a couple. Diane Dell, a classmate and friend who lived in Florida, passed. Tuesday night at Greenmount Station, we did a celebration of life / memory night. Her two daughters made up a 20-minute video/photo presentation that was awesome. And it's just, it seems like as I get older, I vaguely remember the young days where you look in the paper and say, he was in the late 50s, he lived a good life. Now, it's awful. I lost a wrestling state champion at age 61. And then one that really bugs me, I lost one of Manchester's coaches from years ago, James Holmes, in Savannah, Georgia, and his service is going to be tomorrow, and I just can't work it out to be there, and really depresses me. I feel like I should stop life and be there, but Coach Holmes, and you guys know me, I say stupid stuff. I met him. He was the coach down at Friends, and we're getting ready to do weigh-ins, and we line everybody up, and he goes, "Do you have a list of these kids' names?" And I said, "Yes, why?" "Well, make sure you say them to me. All you little white people look alike to me." That's how we met. And just what a great friendship. And he helped us, Manchester, coach to our first state championship. We've had a few. But the first one, most teams take 18, 20 kids. We took 10. And on the first night, we had enough points. If we'd all gone home, we'd still won the tournament. Of the 10, 7 were in the finals, and the other 3 took third place at the state level, which in the junior league, state level includes Northern Virginia, D.C., and Maryland. It's a misnomer to say states, but I want to thank James Holmes for helping us make that happen. And he also lost a 29-year-old son in this past year from cancer. So it's been a tough year for that family, and I know this is all personal, but I just felt like I wanted to say that today. And on a happier note, it is wrestling season, and so there's a lot of wrestling going on in junior league and high school and college. And I just want to say something about sports and extracurriculars in extra. So many people want to condemn our young kids that whatever, they're lazy, they don't work hard, they have no work ethic. There's a lot of them that have very good work ethics, and they work very hard. And I'm a firm believer academics in schools are very, very important. But if you want to go to an elite school, you better have an extracurricular. And I don't care if it's playing the trombone or a sport or drama, whatever. But it keeps those kids going and busy in a positive way. I went to Hampstead's Christmas party, and that was great. Room full of Hampstead people, and great to talk to them. I had to leave early. Rhonda and I went to see A Christmas Carol at Pantherplex, a musical. It was awesome. The Scrooge character was great. Tiny Tim was one of the brothers of a wrestling family, and they're the ones that encouraged us to go see it, and it was just great. Went to the Veterans Celebration Committee, and they're working on a great event coming up in May. And I wish I'd have thought of this last week, but I took a bunch of not approved yet flyers, because that committee hasn't approved them yet. I took them to Reese Across America and tried to give them out, and had them at a couple of the other ones. But they're working hard to make that event a good event for us. Reese Across America, everybody's talked about it. It's awesome, and I agree. I wish more and more cemeteries would do it. Emmanuel in Manchester, we did 324 graves, and I didn't this year. You made me think I should have. The last couple years, there's always leftovers. I've taken the leftovers and gone to some of the cemeteries in the area that didn't do it, and some relatives, some friends, I made sure their graves had a wreath too. But yeah, just an awesome event. Babylon Vaults does so much for that, and they get a lot of contributions. A lot of the community dives into that. Went to Veterans Advisory Committee, that was great. I got to tour East Middle, and I don't know how many of you have noticed as you drive by, but they hit a lot of rock that nobody really planned for. Some of it was under the old East Middle / Westminster High School, so you couldn't exactly test drill it and find out about it, but they hit a bunch of rock there, and I went to look at that and talk about the change order. Rock costs money. But while I was there, I got to tour the middle school too, and it's a great facility, and that's been well, all our schools in Carroll County are great. One of the things I like to advocate, if I were in another county and a teacher, there's schools I wouldn't want to teach in. In Carroll County, they're all pretty good. We don't have any real bad ones, and that's one of the reasons that Carroll County is great. It's one of the reasons people come here. But that's a great building, and that's been a good school when they had water coming in the ground floor and other problems because of the age of the school. So now they got a new school almost done. And the community hasn't been able to use that school much. And I just want to mention that where the rock is, that's the bus loop, that's the access to the gym. So really, you can't properly get in the building to use it as a community, and hopefully they get this done, that'll make it happen. The employee holiday lunch, a few people mentioned, and yeah, it was great. It was great to go there and talk and hear issues and compliments and all kinds of things from all the different employees. We got a great group that works for the taxpayers of Carroll County, and it was good to see them take a break and talk about a lot of things. It was nice to see Santa. Were you naughty?
He's always naughty.
I assumed everybody was nice and it was all fake,
I'll
but
plead the fifth.
okay. And thank you very much, everyone. And now we want to get into the big fish winner. So, yeah, do you want to come up and tell us about the big fish winner? And before you talk, is this the first time, or you're a multiple winner?
No, it's first time I won the
First
big
time
fish.
you won?
Yeah, by fluke, I guess. I just who knows?
We'll see if it's by fluke or not.
So it was a lot of fun that night. I like Piney Run. I think y'all do a lot of work to keep it all going, and it's good for the community and the kids.
Yeah.
So the crappie fishing's great out there. Anybody likes that, so they should do that.
Wait, it's great or it's crappy?
Crappy. It's crappie fishing.
Seriously?
Excuse the pun. I just never expected to catch a fish that big in such a small body of water. Makes me feel sorry for the fish that are in there living with it.
How big was he?
He was, 41 inches, 42 inches, a little over 30 pounds. I have pictures of it.
Wow.
Anyone cares to see. So
Was he offshore or was he on the boat?
that was on my boat. Yeah.
Okay, well, congratulations. And do you want to tell us a little bit about
Right. Yeah,
what
we
all
want
this
to-
does and how many years you've done it, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, we're proud to present the 2023 Big Fish Award from Piney Run Park. We've been doing a season-long tournament that started back in 2015. Prior to that, we used to do like a one-day program, and that was sometimes problematic depending on what kind of weather you had that day. So we start from March 1st and goes all the way to November 30th. They have to catch the fish at Piney Run Lake and has to be weighed and measured in by park staff to verify it. A lot of times we used to get the larger fish like in either March or November, and this one was caught August 4th,
Yeah.
if I'm mistaken. So actually it was right in the center, so.
It's interesting it was caught that early.
Yeah.
It's interesting it was caught that early. So-
Yeah. Well, you can catch them early in the season
Yeah,
or late in the
right,
season.
right.
And,
But being caught in the mid is kind of,
I just didn't understand because it was, when I cleaned it,
Yeah.
it was full of fish. So They like chicken liver, I guess. That's what I call her doing, so.
And he caught it while he was on a boat, too, so
On a
he-
boat,
it's a
out in
good,
the
deep part of
water,
it.
Yeah,
Cool.
so,
But we want to present the big fish. He's already had his check that's been delivered, so that's all good. But he wanted to get a photo opportunity with the commissioners with the big fish.
That's not the check, you can't put that in the ATM?
No, I don't think they'll accept that at the bank.
Okay.
it's nice. Put that on my wall, huh?
And it's a
you go.
nice prize.
Yeah.
Cool.
So we get a
Yeah,
picture with
sure.
the commissioners?
Okay. This seems like a lot to do for a fish, but
It's a big fish.
however y'all want to do this, you tell me.
Come on up here.
Oh, thank you, fantastic. Thanks, sir. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Done?
Yep.
Thank you very much. Yep, nice to meet you.
I don't know who did this.
You know who did that?
I have my suspicions.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay,
Okay.
So Tim,
evidently Jay Voigt's gonna leave us.
Yeah, I don't know.
Who has that
I
paperwork?
got that one. Jay, why don't you come on up? I do have a certificate of recognition I'm going to read in a second. Just, from my tenure here, over the last 5 years, your mentorship it goes a long ways, and it's not by words, but it's by action. And, what I really appreciate is the responsiveness in everything, every question, every, angle I was throwing at you, you would be coming back to me and us and my colleagues saying, here is the situation that needs to be considered during our work sessions. You being there was very important. Your candidness, your collaboration, your confidence in what you were saying means a lot, and I think that goes with 31 years of experience in this job. And I think, honestly, your collaboration with others to finding out, let's get to yes, let's find the right way to do it. And I won't say you don't bend, but there's times where you're not going to bend, and that comes with, again, that 31 years experience, whether it's somebody wants to have too many chickens by their house, or we've seen everything from what do you call those things?
Emotional support?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, emotional support chicken with a diaper and a leash. I still have that picture, so I'm confident that everything comes across your desk now, but from that diaper-worn chicken. So,
When Commissioner Vigliotti's dogs irritate me, who do I report it to now?
we'll get into that, because Jay, although Jay's leaving us, I am very confident that Chris and his entire team is going to, pick up the reins, and we are not going to miss a beat. We are doing a lot in developing the processes, and Jay, you've been a large part of that, So you're going to be sorely missed, but I think the legacy that you're leaving behind in service goes a long ways. So thank you so much. In recognition of over 31 years of distinguished service to Carroll County's government, you exemplify the highest standard of performance and commitment in executing the vast responsibilities in your role as zoning administrator since January 5th, 2010. As a zoning administrator, your leadership and dedicated positive impact on Carroll County is evident in many areas, including guidance in improving the zoning code, addressing complaints and violations, and streamlining processes to the benefit of our citizens. During your tenure as zoning administrator, you issued a decision of over 2,000 zoning hearings, completed over 3,573. You couldn't get to 75, but 3,573 zoning investigations, and issued and signed off of over 1,098 zoning certificates. For your dedication to Carroll County since February 1992, and 9 boards of county commissioners that you have mentored and developed over time, we wholeheartedly thank you and wish you the very best for the future. Signed by President Commissioner Kyler and the rest of us. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And
Appreciate it.
so before you
Commissioners,
go,
any other comments?
I'm going to make a couple, and I'll be brief, but I wanted to save it for today. I know you were before us Tuesday at Planning and Zoning, but I wanted to wait till you were here today. Just to sort of echo to Commissioner Rothstein's point, you know, your professionalism, and I know this term sometimes comes across strangely to some, but the customer service that you've had in dealing with our public. I can't tell you how much I appreciate that, your ability to just get things done and accomplish them. I know it not always for everybody's liking, and that's sort of the challenge of the position, but just really appreciate your desire to work with the community and all of you've done. And I have to say, I think you leave without question an indelible mark on what you've done here. So I want to thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Congratulations, Mr. Voigt. Thank you.
I'll certainly echo all of those comments as well. You know, it's going to be a lot different not having you around. You know, and I can certainly speak to your professionalism and your capabilities and everything, but just having you around, valuing you as a person, you know, I'm going to miss you. And I pray God blesses you and your family in every single possible way. Well, what is the next step for you at this point? Any exciting plans ahead, or?
Nothing really exciting. I plan on relaxing, forgetting about government for a while, playing with my trains, and doing some traveling. Just relaxing, taking it easy.
awesome.
Awesome. You
Good.
definitely
Doing
earned
life.
it.
Nice.
So,
And I want to also thank you, and I've dealt with you some as not a commissioner, and one of the things I've always respected is, and I think the engineer next to you probably hopefully feels the same way, you were very black and white about things. It was hard to tell if you, whatever, I'm building a barn, did you like it or not like it? That was irrelevant. It was, what's the law, what's the rule, you do it. And then occasionally boards would overturn some of those decisions, and you were black and white about that, of, that's their decision, and, I can't fault them for it. And then lastly, as a commissioner, and I mentioned this yesterday at lunch, even though technically it's not part of your job, we would get emails on a Saturday. I happened to be in the area, and I went into this place or that place. So thank you so much, and I'm sure a lot of people in the building have noticed how you do it, and hopefully that moves forward with us.
thank you. I've really enjoyed, like I say, working for the county for the years that I've been here. Everybody I've worked with has been great. I've enjoyed it, even though a lot of times we don't agree on things. But, it's been fun. I've enjoyed my job. I really have. For being the job it is, I've actually had fun and enjoyed it. So, in a way, I'm sad for leaving, but it's time for me to move on.
Yeah, and if I may, so zoning administrator is a very difficult job, as you can all imagine. And I've been very appreciative of what Jay has done over the past 13 years in that role, and especially the compassion and professionalism that he's shown in executing that role. And so it's very much mixed emotions seeing him go. As a friend, I'm thrilled that he's moving on to that next phase of his life. As a coworker, certainly going to miss his experience, knowledge, expertise, and so on. But very thankful for everything that he's done and over these 30 plus years, and especially in the role of zoning administrator. So very much appreciate it. Thank you, Jay.
Quite welcome.
So we're going to do a picture?
Let's do it.
Thank you.
Sometimes your decisions weren't faithful, but it's hard to argue.
So Tim, you said you have suspicions about who did that to your, anything that would hold up in a court of law?
We'll talk later.
He's got to collect the fingerprints first.
So
Okay,
we,
Brenda Brenneman.
that's right. Yeah, come on up. That's like, we've got, no, come have a seat, please, have a seat.
Very festive today, too.
It's that time of year where we lose some good folks to retirement, but we're happy for you at the same time. So, good morning, Brenda. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Brenda Brenneman,
Yes.
in recognition of over 25 years of excellent service to the Carroll County government, you exemplified the highest standard of accuracy and attention to detail while skillfully performing the duties of cashier, tax researcher, head cashier, and bookkeeper. Your organizational skills and problem-solving abilities demonstrated daily to county residents and your co-workers. You have made a difference to the taxpayers of the county and while assisting your co-workers. For your dedication to the Carroll County government and the residents, we wholeheartedly thank you and wish you a long and happy retirement. Congratulations, Brenda. 25 years, so welcome.
Commissioners, any?
I'll just say thank you. I mean, 25 years, and I can only imagine some of the interesting scenarios you've dealt with over the years in that job, from technology
What's
to
changed, yeah.
everything else, yes. But thank you so much.
You're quite
And,
welcome.
and thank you very much. We'll get our way across here, and then maybe you have a story of those years.
Oh, let me think a little bit here. Some I can't tell, but
Well, I'll
A story
certainly,
that you can tell us.
I'll certainly congratulate you and say thank you as well. I mean, as I said to Jay, I mean, and as I mentioned about attending the luncheon yesterday and getting to know some of our people here, you can talk about this position or that position or the professionalism that anybody exhibits in serving our county, but when it comes down to it, I mean, it's human beings who make the difference. And I mean, obviously, you're well loved and well respected, and we're going to be at a loss without you. I'm certainly don't begrudge you moving on to the next steps, but we will certainly be at a loss without you. Do you have any exciting plans coming up? Anything? What's next?
well, retiring this time of year with it being winter, I'm a little concerned because I won't have my gardening to do, and I plan to put some puzzles together during the winter. Hoping for one good snowstorm so we can just,
You do like the 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzles?
yes,
That's impressive.
yes.
So I'm just curious, was it Vista that scared you away?
No, I
Okay.
wish I were here for the Tyler.
I'm just,
That's so
you know.
exciting that we're finally getting to that point and I'm going to be gone. But
And was
You
it,
can come back.
so
that's what
the,
I've heard.
so the comparison between Rob Burke and Jenny, I mean, which, where are you gonna go? You're retiring. You could talk. Come on. No, you,
Jenny's definitely great. She's getting a lot accomplished for us. And really appreciate it.
so much more than Rob Burke. So I'm just,
I
so,
might see him here again shortly.
He
might be
deserted. He
listening in.
deserted, correctly?
well, He went off to the other side,
Dark side.
the dark side.
I
No,
must say,
and-
he believed in me and left me be the acting for a while. It wasn't
Right.
a position I wanted. We have Belinda, because she's great to work with, but he did do that for me, so
no,
I'm
it's.
going to zip it at that.
I appreciate, again, during my entire tenure, the work you've done, the team that Rob built, and fortunately, CCPS does have him, you know, and he's doing great things over there, and Jenny is just taking the ball and running with it, continuing with the team. So you've been an integral part of that. You'll definitely be missed, but the legacy you leave behind is the services and mentorship that you've developed for others. And I think we're, you know, in good hands because of you. So, and so just thank you.
You're welcome.
Absolutely.
Trying not to cry here.
Oh, don't cry.
Nice stuff here, but
You've done good, you know, and as long as Jenny's not making you wear that hat, I'm okay, you know.
I had no idea she had it on until she came upstairs. It's Belinda.
She is the queen of our department. So
there you
we
go.
bow down to her.
So,
Ms. Hobbs, your
well, it is
Photos?
kind of a
Parting
tough
thoughts?
office because, you know, no one wants to pay their taxes, but we try to always be friendly and, you know, present a good fun and have them leave there being happy to be citizens of Carroll County. I love my coworkers, everybody I work with. I'm gonna just really miss them. It's a small office, 9 women, different personalities, you know. We've gone through deaths in the family and births in the family, and so we're a very close bunch, and it's gonna be tough leaving them
so
all.
basically
I
you're
love
saying
them.
that Rob couldn't handle it and he just was,
Well, I think he could be in there every
he
day.
wasn't strong enough, is what you're saying. I'm just, you know, just throwing it out there.
He's not here to defend himself.
I know, that's what makes it even better.
Ms. Hobbs, your thoughts?
I really do appreciate Brenda. I will say I can remember the days when I was hired as that summer help in college, and I sat behind her cubicle, and I'd read her. I'm like, Brenda, can you help me with this? I have a question. I don't understand this. She has taught me a lot throughout the years. You know, I've 25 years is a long time to be here, and she's mentored a lot. I think Belinda can say the same thing, that she's mentored a lot of us, and she surely will be missed in our department. She's such a team player, and we have tried to absorb as much as we could out of her. And I'm trying to get her to come back as that summer intern so she can see the new system next year. You know, I'm trying, but she hasn't taken that yet. But Linda and I are working
I'll see how
on
bored
it.
I am with retirement.
Do you possibly have a story of what it was like to deal with a young summer intern?
It was great. I had her and I had Robin Hooper, and they got me to the gym. We were exercising. It was great. Made me feel young again with all those young ones.
Okay, so maybe afterwards you could tell us the real stories.
Okay, we ready for a photo?
Sure.
Thank you, sir. Have fun.
Come on, queen.
So even as a teenager, she was perfect. Are you?
Yes, she was.
Oh, you're good.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you. There's the one who got me this crown, by the way.
He's being humbugged. I don't understand.
Tim, someone went through all that trouble.
Okay, we've probably set a
over
record
there,
for
just-
Priority Carol. There are 2 retirees who could not be here today, and I just want to mention them. Gary Jones, 42 years, roads maintenance worker, truck driver, and I'm sure he'll be missed. And Kathleen Wood, 18 years, dealing with clients, coworkers, community partners, represented Carroll County well, and educating clients about available programs, et cetera, et cetera. So, and will these make their way to them? Okay, thank you. Okay, we're finally to item 1. We want to talk about opioid settlement targeted abatement grant.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Right. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Celine Steckel, the Director of Citizen Services, and it's great to be here this morning before the holidays. Happy holidays to all of you. Hope
And to
I
you.
don't forget that later today. But I wanted to introduce Debbie Staniford, from our grants office, and Danielle Yates, our Bureau Chief of Housing and Community Connections. We're here, and we're also joined with some of our community partners from Carroll County Health Department in the audience, Amy Legel, as well as we have Vicki with us from the Sheriff's Department as well. So we are here this morning. I know if you all have been informed about a lot of the different opioid settlement agreements and the funding that has been that we were named in one of the settlements. So Carroll County has been named as a recipient in the National Settlement Agreement for the Opioid Restitution Funds, which was executed in March of 2022. And we are here today to seek approval from you regarding the opioid settlement targeted abatement grant and the 5-year plan that we're required to develop. And so what I'd like to do is share with you the work that we put in behind this and the recommendations from the Senior Opioid Policy Group so that you understand how we've come to the priorities listed on the briefing paper. So in order to ensure that funds provided the greatest level of impact while preserving fiscal responsibility, we did seek input from all of our partners in the community to guide our recommendations for use of the funding and to inform this 5-year plan that we're required to submit. So I'm going to walk through our PowerPoint here today. The status of the settlement so far, we know that Johnson & Johnson and distributors, the FY23-24 distributions have been released with payment continuing over the next 18 years. The Walmart, Walgreens, and Allergan and Teva settled, but the allocations and distribution schedule are pending. The McKinsey, Mallinckrodt, Endo, and Purdue Pharma are still in litigation based on some of the bankruptcy filings. If you watch the news, I'm sure you've all seen a lot of that information from time to time. So there's 3 ways that the funding is being distributed. The first is direct distributions to the county. Then there's a non-competitive grant from the state to the county with an allocation already identified that's coming to us. And then there's competitive grants from the state that have yet to be released. So our next steps are the approval for a 5-year plan for direct and non-competitive allocations to Carroll County. The 5-year plan is what we want to talk to you about today. And these direct and non-competitive allocations are the funding we're speaking to with this 5-year planning process. The estimated budget that we have that we know of right now from J&J Distributors only is the $5.8 million over the next 5 years. So one of the barriers, or I want to say challenges, that we came across as we were working with our partners to develop this plan is the funding restrictions. The funding has to be used on opioid use disorder treatment only. It can't be used for other substance use issues or services. So the only piece is if the opioid use disorder is diagnosed as primary and there's another substance use disorder treatment, it may be eligible for use to use this funding. Another restriction is the OUD applies to prevention activities and capital projects. The activities that we provide through this funding, they must fall within the state mandated purpose areas, which we're going to walk through in a moment. We also have restrictions that it has to be, any programs that we institute with this funding have to be evidence-based programs. There's also limited funding for administrative expenses. There's no supplanting and no indirect costs. The state mandated purpose areas that we could use this funding for are naloxone access, peer support and referrals, access to medication, including that in the detention centers, heroin coordinator expansion, crisis bed and residential expansion. However, capital is not eligible for use, so you couldn't build a new facility. Safe stations, mobile crisis and crisis stabilization, crisis hotline, school education, enforcement, and then other evidence-based practices. So what we did, working with our grants office, Citizen Services sought other partner input. So we sent out surveys and held listening sessions for our partner agencies. Those included the Health Department, DSS, Carroll County Public Schools, public safety agencies, treatment providers, recovery support, municipalities, faith-based organizations, and all of the partners really to pull together to get their input on where do we see these needs? Because this is not done in a vacuum. Everyone in the community is impacted by this. I know we've talked about this before. Opioid is affecting, everybody knows somebody that has had an issue with an opioid addiction. Partners that we identified and grouped in, they submitted their surveys to us. We took the eligible priorities and we were able to put all of their ideas into the recommended 5-year plan. The 5-year plan and priorities were presented and endorsed by the Senior Opioid Policy Group at our last meeting on December 13th. And that's why we're coming to you today with those recommendations. So the 5-year recommended plan, we have prioritized these. And this plan is a fluid plan because things can change. And as we all know with funding, sometimes we have best intentions and the funding either exceeds or does not meet what we projected. And we have the opportunity to update this as those changes come through. And again, we will be receiving more money from this settlement, we know that, but this is what we know of right now. The number one priority is access to medication with the medication-assisted treatment in the detention center. This is an unfunded mandate currently that the county is supporting, and the group identified this and voted for this as the number one priority. The approximate annual budget for this would cost $800,000 per year. The number two priority, again, addressing the purpose area of access to medication, is services for people exiting the detention center. Currently, we're funding a program that Mountain Manor is supporting. They had put in for an RFP and been awarded to provide services through the FRF funding as people exit the detention center with a warm handoff, someone that has MATs provided in the detention center to make sure they're continuing that and meeting with that service provider and following them through in the community to make sure that they're successful and continuing to engage. So that annual cost is $100,000. There's also the health department identified a need for an expansion of the heroin coordinator. With this position, that would expand to focusing specifically on opioid data, researching other data input, other sources of data throughout our county specifically, analyzing that, comparing that across state data and national data to really help make recommendations to the Senior Opioid Policy Group, and then also creating a report annually for the commissioners, for all of you, as well as making recommendations and creating the agenda and really moving that opioid senior policy group forward.
So as this goes, as this gets underway, if you find over the course of a year that maybe certain priorities have to be altered, that can be done.
Correct, absolutely. And then you'll see number 4 was other evidence-based practices, putting out an RFP to our community partners to see if there are other evidence-based practices that they want to bid and be funded for in the community to provide maybe clinician trainings, different programs or services that have been developed or identified as best practices in other areas that may work in Carroll. So that is another piece of this. So that's a little bit more flexible, but definitely a need. And we gave that about $116,500. And then the other piece of this, priority number 5, is that 15% of the funding that we receive can be allocated towards past opioid response expenditures. but they have to all be opioid specific. So what we would like to do is allocate that 15% to that priority as well. So the total annual cost for this would be $1,179,714, with the 5-year total, as we've identified, that we know now is $5,898,570. So upcoming, the state will be coming to host an opioid meeting in Carroll County at the Public Safety Training Center on January 17th. It's going to be from 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. It's open to the public. They would like to have input from people in recovery, people that have a substance use disorder, people that have family members. They want to hear from the family members to come and tell them, inform the state where they think the priorities should lie. So everyone is invited to attend that. And then as far as future board briefings, we will plan to come back to you on our progress about the 5-year plan as we move forward, and then update you on future settlements. The Walmart, Allergen, Teva, and Walgreens settlement we know now is at $7.6 million projected between FY25 and 29. And again, the other settlements are still in litigation. And then when the state competitive grant comes out, the timing and what that looks like, and if we would want to put in for some of those funds as well, we would come back before you.
Where's the purchase of naloxone or Narcan, whatever you want, where does the purchase of those doses fall in this plan?
And I'm going to allow Amy
Okay.
to speak to that, because that's not part of the plan, because they've already purchased that. That's in,
Okay.
because we can't supplant if it's something that's already budgeted for.
Good morning. My name is Amy Lajelle. I work for the Carroll County Health Department. The Carroll County Health Department is an ORP and overdose response program as our other agencies, which means they can actually get naloxone from the state to support the community. And there are a number of nalox boxes and actually naloxone newspaper boxes where members of the community can go in and access that for free. And they can also access it from the health department, and individuals can become trained to train other people to use naloxone, and we can support that.
Okay.
They're currently also in the libraries.
Yes.
Boxes are.
Yes, and they'll be expanding.
Yeah. So that's good stuff, that you can go in the library and get a couple of the Narcan, boxes. So, yeah.
Absolutely, trying to get them out to the public as much as possible.
You are. That's great. Got a couple questions, though. So I appreciate the community partner number 2. You recognize it as Mountain Manor, because that was going to be one of my questions. But the community partners with priority number 4, is the YSB a part of that?
We haven't identified that.
Haven't,
So
okay.
Once we get to that point to push out the RFP, anyone that's in the community that provides an opioid-specific service that falls into the category of the training that we're looking
Okay.
for would be able to bid that.
So priority 2 is not Mountain Manor, it's
Currently, Mountain Manor is providing the service, right?
currently, okay.
And we went out to bid for
Yeah.
that service under FRF. So if we switched funding sources at this point, because it's so limited what we can do with the opioid
Right.
settlement, we might shift some of that money over, but it's already been bid. So once their contract
Yep.
is up, then we would go back out to bid for that service, just like we do with any other county
Okay.
funding.
And, the RSS now has brought in the Shoemaker House as well. Those that were residing in Shoemaker House are now at the RSS, correct?
Correct.
So, yeah, I think for my colleagues who haven't been there and seen, that also may be a value, to go see how it's running, because it's a regional resource that, does a lot for our folks, and the relationship with the Sheriff's Department Detention Center is also, there's a lot of synergy there, so, okay. Yep, okay, I get it. It'd be cool if we get the 7.6 from Walmart and the others, add on to it.
Well, and we are slated to get that.
Yeah, the settlement we just haven't they haven't released the distribution.
Yeah.
But we've estimated what we'll receive.
That's great.
So if when we do get that, is this something that will supplement what we're already planning, or is this something that we can work into out years? So, for example, are we required to spend everything within 5 years, or we can just tack it on to the end and continue the duration of the program?
Yeah, from what I've seen, no parameters around when we can spend these. These settlements will come over many years, and we need to report, and we'll need to report to the state, both our performance and what we've spent, but there aren't timeframes around expending the funds.
Well, that's good. Thank you.
But the priority areas, the eligible use areas, and also the restriction of the funding for the opioid specific, that will remain across the entire funding piece of the settlement.
Gotcha. And that makes sense. Thank you.
And I do want to just state that, you know, it was brought up at our senior opioid policy group. We had a representative from the opioid command center on the call with us that day, and they asked about the reason why it was so restricted, and they talked about the tobacco settlements and how some of that funding was what they identified as misused because the restrictions weren't there. So they wanted to be specific about the use of this funding to make sure it was targeting what it was intended for. So just so that folks understand that restriction.
Thank you.
Okay.
Motion to approve the submission of the opioid settlement targeted abatement grant and 5-year plan.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion or questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're ready to talk about Recreation Parks fee schedules.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning. Good morning
Rob,
again,
that is
Commissioners.
an awesome tie.
Thank you
So-
very much.
And Tim, you've got a Christmas tie on today, too?
French, yes.
Yeah, mine actually plays.
Oh,
Holiday.
that's true. Commissioner Rossi knows, too.
Little snowflakes.
Sorry, Tim.
And Santa socks.
And I do have Santa socks.
Yeah.
I'm not going to show people that right now.
So, good morning again, Commissioners. I brought my bureau chiefs with me. Lisa Carroll is the bureau chief for Recreation, and Brad Rogers is our bureau chief for Parks. So, we're before you this morning for one of our regular items that we bring up every 3 years is review and approval of our fees for our major park facilities.
Before you go farther, can you just hit escape and get out of this
sorry.
PowerPoint? You have to
Good.
go a little farther. X. No,
Here, let's go.
thanks. Perfect.
Thank you. So, the last time we were before the board was in December 2020. The reason why we do this on a regular basis is that we want to keep our fees for our major parks competitive and also to reduce the impact on taxpayers by, and in the same instance, recover the costs. Our major parks actually have their own budgets and they actually have their own staff on site. So it's a higher level of care for those particular facilities. And the 4 major facilities we're talking about is Hashua, Half-Acre Firearms Facility, Piney Run Park, and the sports complex. So the way we actually come about these fees is we, several months ago, we actually called around or actually looked on the internet for other competitor fees to make sure we're in line with those fees. Park entrance fees, what we would like call the state park system, or other neighboring jurisdictions that have park entrance fees as well. So we're going to be comparative to make sure we're in line with that. And so rather than go through each of the fees, I don't know if there's any questions about the list of fees.
I think it's great that there's in-county and out-county in some. Do you have any feel for the percentage outside the county that come here, or not really?
I don't think, yeah, well, we can always look into that, though. So
Say again?
we could maybe try to kinda track
I
that,
was just
so.
curious, and like I say, I like that the fees were separate, and you do feel they're competitive, and fair, and there were a lot of no changes too.
Correct.
Yes.
Motion to authorize the Department of Recreation and Parks to implement the revised fee schedule as presented to the county commissioners.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion or questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, and Merry Christmas.
And we're
Merry
now ready to
Christmas to
talk
you.
about
Have a Merry Christmas, Lisa.
the submittal of fiscal year '24 home stretch difficult to serve properties.
Morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Morning.
Have we heard from Japan lately?
No, I have not heard anything else, Commissioner.
I got a spam email from somebody in Japan or some shell.
Right. I actually wanted him to sign a document electronically.
Yeah.
And you did?
Oh, you did? Okay.
Surprising.
No, I signed it for him. It's okay.
Opening up diplomatic relations with Japan.
Clearly, I did not.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners. I come bearing Christmas presents to the county. We're here to ask for approval to submit an application and to accept the award if granted for the Maryland FY24 Home Stretch Difficult to Serve Properties Program. This is the long driveway program that we've been waiting for. The state is going to provide us with $1.1 million to cover these homes. Conditions are the state will cover up to $8,000 with a 25% grant match, with a 25% match. That match can come from the homeowners, the county, or the ISP. But I have some good news for you. To be eligible for this, the house has to already be in the area of a provider that is serving that area. So the fiber or the cable would have to go, go down their, or be in front of their street. Okay, the issue that arises here is that the providers only will provide up to a certain length of driveway. So anything beyond 300 to 400 feet, the resident is asked to pay for. This becomes a major financial burden in most cases. We are required to pick a partner, and since Comcast covers the majority of our county, we are partnering with Comcast. Now, when we originally started thinking about this, we were thinking as a county we would find a way to cover the 25%, but we're happy to say that Comcast is willing to put up cover 33% of the cost, which covers a 25% grant, up to $4,000 of the cost. So that gives us roughly $12,000 to work with. And what will we get for that $12,000? Well, that would get us roughly 1,100 feet of aerial or 800 feet of underground. The majority of the average that we expect the cost to be in the county is around $5,000. Now, we have seen some houses that far exceed that in the $20,000 to $30,000 range. The county has decided to through the fiscal recovery funds and the funds that have already been dedicated to broadband, to kick in another $4,000 for situations like that. I think that's the majority of the program. Then, Corey, do you have anything to add?
No, I mean, I would just add that, so the way the match works, the state is paying 75% of the cost. So if the driveway costs, for example, $10,000, the state is going to contribute $7,500, and then the county or the ISP is responsible for 25%. So that's the way the match is structured. So if the driveway is less than $8,000, it would still be a 75% contribution from the state and 25% from the county or ISP. So that just, it's a little bit confusing the way they structure the match, but that's basically how that will work. And, it's difficult to estimate exactly how many homes we can serve until the surveys of the driveways are actually done and we determine what the cost is going to be. So Comcast will be doing that, and then we'll be able to have a better idea of how many households we can serve with these funds.
So the plan there is, and we already have a head start on it, the plan there is to bring out a marketing campaign as soon as we're awarded. The good news is that through the broadband survey that we've been doing, we've identified roughly 200 homes. Now, through some of the digging around that I've looked at, I've discovered there's probably 300 to 400 homes that might qualify for this program, and I'll give that a plus or minus 20% error rate. So as Corey said, we don't know how many homes this is going to cover, but we will do it basically on a first come, first served basis until the money runs out.
So- I'm sorry, please.
So I'll just add that, I think you've been on board with the county for roughly a year, and you've done a fantastic job.
Thank you,
And
Commissioner.
it's obvious to all of us, that bringing you on board is a lot to do with that, obviously. So thank you for all the work you're doing, and we've spoken quite often.
Yeah.
And you've also been before us to let us know how the progress is going. So if a citizen, I always ask this question, and you know where I'm going with this. A citizen, we get the emails, people bought a house and didn't bother to check if they had internet or not. I don't understand how that works, but it happens. Where do we tell them to go to get help?
Call me.
Call you on the internet? What's the best way
Send
on
me
the
an
internet?
email, call me on the phone. My name is all over our website, so
Okay.
in that area.
Okay.
And I field a lot of these calls already.
Yes, and I know you've handled a couple situations just recently, and you did that fantastically as well. So yeah, I appreciate you saying that. If people have questions and there's a need, that they can reach out to you. So thank you.
And I want to say, this is just one tool in the tool bag that we have accumulated over the years. It's just another way that we can start getting some more of these done. This is not the final program. I mean, my goal is to get as close to 100% coverage as we can. And I believe with the upcoming programs that the feds are using and what we have outlined now, we'll get very close to covering 100% of the people. So it's going to take.
There are, and this is for projects in areas that are already being served. For the unfortunate people that aren't, I mean, sometimes Comcast can be $100,000 to get to your property. Does Carroll County have something to help that person get a satellite, get something, because it's just not feasible to get?
Thank you, Commissioner. That's one of the things that
I'm sorry.
forgot to mention. Yeah, if so we have up to, was it $16,000 to work with state, Comcast, and county funds. If it goes beyond that, then we'll give the resident the opportunity to either kick in the money if they want Comcast, or we do intend to provide them Starlink. Starlink is roughly $500 to $600 for the equipment. Our plan is to pay that cost, and then they will be responsible for the service after that.
Are the satellites getting better? We found out with COVID, they all crashed. They just couldn't serve that many people and people working at home. Has it gotten better?
Yes, so Starlink has put up a whole bunch more satellites this last year. As of the beginning of the year, if you went onto Starlink's website, they showed us county as not covered. It is now covered. I've spoken with a number of residents in the county that are very happy with it. I was on a cruise the last 2 weeks, and I actually had Starlink on the cruise, and it was great. I was getting about 90 meg download speeds, which is better than I have at home. That's with 3,000 people on a ship.
Yep, good.
Do you have any idea how many homes are still outstanding without broadband access?
I do. There are roughly 6,000 homes outstanding. 3,000 of them are currently covered by a grant. We have put out an RFP that we've gotten responses back to, which will cover probably another 1,000, we're hoping, or a little more than 1,000. We're still in the process of working out some details with the applicants on that, so I can't say too much about it.
And so I guess it would be 2,000 would still be outstanding at that point?
roughly 2,000 would still be outstanding according to,
And so are a number of those houses the home stretch difficult to serve properties?
some of them, yes, not all of them.
All right, so the houses that remain that are not difficult to serve, do you have any idea what the number of those are?
Well, they are difficult to serve, Commissioner.
Yeah, they're all
That-
difficult to serve, right.
They're going to be difficult to serve, but in a different way. This program, as Jay mentioned, has to have the fiber already running past their house. There are a number of communities in Carroll County that don't even have the fiber there yet, and they are out in the far reaches, obviously, the corners of the county, the northern, southern, very southern parts, very rural parts of the county, where there may not be anything yet at this point for them to move forward. And as Jay mentioned, we're also, federal government's continuing to find money for this, so we're hoping over the next several years that Jay's got a personal goal. I think you guys would be happy if we could meet that goal moving forward, so.
And that kind of ties into what Commissioner Kyler and my fellows were asking about with different ways of connecting people to the internet where if something, physical landline is not feasible.
So the feds really want to get fiber to everybody. The long driveway program, so they are not funding Starlink, unfortunately. That may change, but at this point, they're not funding Starlink, and they don't really want to fund anything wireless, which I think is really stupid. But anyhow, but this program will allow us the opportunity to be able to fund Starlink. The state of Maryland will allow us to use this long driveway, difficult to serve grant to provide Starlink to people. And that's what our intention is. If it's something that, that's crazy to try to get to, we'll fund that part of it.
Awesome.
But once again, I want to make this clear. At this point, that house still has to be in an area that is served by a provider. If you have somebody that is out in the middle of nowhere, and there's no service there currently, we are not going to consider Starlink for them at this point. Or we are also not going to consider anything that's already been granted in the process.
And what you shared, I appreciate it. I know the word stupid's your technical term on things, but that's okay. Just like hope is not a course of action, right, Mark? And there are
Correct, Commissioner.
plans.
We
and
know
there's-
that, yes.
There is direction, and I appreciate you're taking a look at the resources, one, that we have, and then two, what's potentially coming in, and saying, here is the plan for getting it better. And I know there's homes like in Finksburg that it goes right through, and we've talked about this, and the driveways are just too long. It's not feasible for them to link into what's already existing. And this is just finally, a great approach to answer some of that. And so those folks are going to be happy. Yeah, please.
So this first batch of broadband money through the FRF was really, really focused on wired service. And I think with the BEAD money that's coming, and that's what Jay's spoken
No.
to, the future money,
BEAD is not
it's not, okay.
satellite eligible.
Okay, well,
At this point.
I thought they were looking at more alternatives other than wired service.
You would.
Okay.
No, they're not,
I stand
unfortunately. Now, a number of the counties and states are actually trying to push for some of this.
Yeah.
We have had some legislative changes to the BEAD program already. One called the letter of credit requirement, which would have made it difficult for small ISPs
Right.
to participate in BEAD. So that's been changed, so we're hoping to get some other changes in.
I mean, the work you're doing, as shared, is wonderful. And Mark, you are doing great with your team. Things pop up like we know that are happening down in Eldersburg, and people are frustrated, and you're answering directly to them. So I appreciate that as well. Every time we come up with something, we hand it off, and you're responding and being very, very responsive. You mentioned first come, first serve approach is a challenge because we discussed this earlier outside of this room. Marketing becomes very, very challenging, and getting the word out that these are services and resources for them you know, because there'll always be that individual that says, I didn't know about this. So getting
is, yes.
a very holistic, aggressive marketing campaign, you know, so please.
So two things to that point. One, Comcast is going to help us market also.
Okay.
Like I said, we do have a list of 200 people that as soon as this comes out, I'll send emails directly to them saying, you are now eligible for this, please apply.
Okay.
So we'll have that, we'll have all the marketing resources of the county, but we have one more incentive here. Mark seems to think we'll only get 20 people to sign up for this program, and I told him, you know, we're gonna get 500 people to sign up for this program. So if I get more than 20 people to sign up, he has to take all of us out to Antrim for lunch.
Well, not all of us. This group, not all of us.
Well, I mean,
You're not
we-
going to include us?
I would make a
Yeah, what about us?
You can expand it. I'm okay with that.
So I'm very much incentivized to make sure that,
Okay.
but there are going to be those people that miss the boat, unfortunately. And then we'll deal with that when it comes.
Yeah, we just have to continue, well, I understand the dealing when it comes, but continue to develop the marketing campaign to meet, you know, the needs of the community. And it is difficult. There's no doubt, because we receive information by so many different ways, you know. But just I ask you to think through that, you know,
Sure, I
in a
want to
very
put
deliberate
a
approach.
billboard out on 140 that says sign up for your program. So
You know, billboards sometimes work. I mean, there's lots of things that may or may not work. You know, web pages, social media. I mean, a good use for social media as opposed to some of these other challenging
Yeah.
uses for social media. But, you know,
and
so
this is such
this
a
is
big
good stuff.
problem that what I have found is that people that hear about it will then go tell their friends that
Mm-hmm.
have complaining about it too. So the word of mouth helps spread a lot of this too.
Okay.
So, but we're not. I don't think we're not going to get everybody. That just seems to be life. But we'll try to get the majority of them.
The grant is, the work must be completed by December 2025. So there is, you know, there's a fairly good amount of time. We do have fiscal recovery funds in this project, so we have to be mindful of this, our
Right.
spending obligations under that. So that's why initially, you know, trying to get as many people signed up as quickly as possible would be a huge help. And then we have a better idea of how much money we'll have to work with, you know, as the program continues.
I greatly appreciate you all taking the time on this project, because I can't tell you how many people I know countywide that are just so challenged. And, you know, it's right down the driveway. They know it's there, they just can't access it, and they don't have the $20,000 or $30,000 to make it happen. And as we all know, you know, what was once a luxury is now a necessity when it comes to our society as a whole. And just out of curiosity, do you know roughly, is there a timeline where this will start out with the marketing and so forth? Is there?
So we're expecting an award from the state around March or April. So as soon as we know, then we will submit. We'll get the information out. We will also set up a portal on the website for people to submit applications, and we will we'll kick it off then. So roughly the spring.
Okay.
Early to sometime in the early to mid-spring.
Appreciate that.
All right, and Commissioners, I would like to take this opportunity. We thank you for all that you've done to help us get to this point and all. I also want to set expectations in a correct fashion. This is not something that's all going to be completed by the end of 2023 or 2024. Jay talked about the additional 3,000 homes that we're going to be building to and all. We're looking at 2025, and as these new grants come out, 2026, 2027. This is not going to be an instantaneous resolve all internet issues in a couple of months in the county. But as you know, we are working towards doing that, and we just ask people, and information will be out on the website as we get more information on when certain areas will be built, and letting them know what's going on. But it is going to take some time to get through that. The other thing is use this opportunity. We still have $200,000 sitting on our business internet account that the commissioners created $400,000 several years to go through. And we thought the same thing, and this is why we've got this little thing running, is that the commissioners at that time thought we'd go through that $400,000 in the first month. Here we are 3 years later, and we still got $200,000 sitting there, and I can't tell you how much marketing, economic development, myself, the Chamber of Commerce, Denise Beaver, did as part of that process, and it's just, people are just not coming to us and using the funding that's available there.
Do you think maybe, so I know a number of people who, you see them at the artisan shows or the fests, the festivals, the harvest fests, where they, create crafts or candles or other small, works of art to sell. And I know a number of them do everything by phone. And so they don't need an actual internet connection as long as they have access to the satellites. And so I wonder if maybe an evolving method of doing business has something to do with the maybe not lack of interest, but lack of takers for that fund.
Good. So we've only had about 20 people who have taken advantage of that fund.
And this is where I disagree with Mark a little bit with this. This is different audience that we're targeting here. We're targeting residents. That program was more towards home-based businesses, so it did have limitations for the qualifications. So I feel pretty sure I'm going to win the bet by a mile.
It sounds like a challenge.
I
has
hope
been
he
thrown,
wins,
so-
okay, just for the record. So.
The challenge is out there, so, okay.
I move the Board of Commissioners approve the submission of the FY24 Homestretch Difficult to Serve Properties Grant application and award, and accept the award.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further questions, discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Commissioners.
guys.
There we go.
I add one thing Corey just brought up to me, our Chromebook program, low-income Chromebook program, kicked off this week.
Yep.
At ARC, or is it ARC? No, the robotics place, laboratory, by Carroll County Technology Council. Unfortunately, I couldn't attend because I was sick. And it was a smashing success.
It's awesome.
They gave out 70 Chromebooks. It was a very festive atmosphere. Everything went very smoothly, and we even got some comments from some of the local business owners about how well we did. So,
Awesome. Well,
That's
congratulations on
fantastic.
that.
Yeah.
move forward. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Okay, let's talk about background checks for fire company volunteers.
Good morning, good morning.
Morning.
The Office of Procurement, in cooperation with the Department of Fire and EMS, request your approval to award a contract for background checks for the fire company volunteers from NCSI, National Center for Safety Initiatives, in the amount of $50,000 to cover fire and EMS volunteer background checks. This award is to piggyback off the county's RFP 36F2 2021, originally bid for the Department of Recreation and Parks, that was competitively bid. This amount is within the fiscal year 24 adopted budget.
Good morning. Since its formation in the year 2020, the Department of Fire and EMS has never vetted the 14 volunteer fire and EMS company personnel who operate under Chapter 37 of the Code of County Regulations for Carroll County. Approximately 1,000 people are associated with the volunteer fire companies, and they do everything from handle literally millions of dollars to oversee youth programs, to walk into the most intimate spaces of people's homes and businesses, and consistent to the standards throughout combination departments in the country, we felt it appropriate, and we've met with several vendors in concert with procurement over the last year. We developed a criterion-based process for background checks, and we're going to be looking at specific benchmarks, which will include criminal backgrounds, any kind of child or sexual offenses, work history, driver violations, and even civil cases. So these areas will be initially validated with an initial background check. There'll be monitoring that will be ongoing built into that. And the secondary impact of this is it will allow us for the first time to create a centralized database for all volunteer personnel. And this will be useful in handling insurance, workers' comp, should any kind of emergency situation occur. DFEMS will have records available and we'll be able to work closer with the volunteer companies. We're also going to be setting this up. It'll be web-based, it'll be simple to do, and each of the volunteer administrative officers, to include both the president and the volunteer fire chiefs, will have access to this so they can do an ongoing check of their personnel.
So so first of all, I want to compliment you, Chief, because I know it has not been an easy thing. I mean, this is a new, system for our county, right? And there's a lot that we've had to improve upon, or a lot that we've had to alter. But I think that the road is continually up, and I want to compliment you for everything that you and everyone in the department have done. So as far as the background checks are concerned, that these are going to be helpful because of the fact that it's a combination system, right? It's not just that the career guys are going to get this, but also the volunteer guys are going to get this as well.
Yes, and the career people get a separate contract that we have that's with another outside organization. That's part of the employment process. So this will allow, across the board, we'll have equity on both sides, and it's only appropriate that we know, even though the volunteers are not county personnel, they do have decision-making capability, so it's critical that we could do this process.
One of the things that I was concerned about back when Rec and Parks started it, and I get skeptical, these background searches, I had one done on me that said I lived in Haverty Grace, and so I contacted them, and they said, well, don't worry about it, it wasn't negative. Well, if they don't know where I live, I'm skeptical. Who will decide how you evaluate the background checks? Because that's the second step, is certain things, maybe aren't so bad, certain
Yes,
things
we're going to
are.
develop criteria. So obviously, some disqualifiers would be if you're convicted of a felony. If you're convicted of a misdemeanor, and there's different models out there to follow, we'll look at the level of that misdemeanor. So if it was sexual in nature, that would probably be a disqualifier. We're also very sensitive to the financial issues that go on within a volunteer corporation, and the county has a vested interest because through the comptroller's office, we do low-interest loans, so that'll be a part of that process when people apply for that. So it'll be far-reaching in where the impact will be.
Any other questions? Motion?
Motion to award a contract to NCSI for background checks for fire company volunteers in the not-to-exceed amount of $50,000.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. Any more questions or discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're going to talk about approval of bylaw revisions for Emergency Service Advisory Council. And Chris, is there anybody on the phone?
No, sir, I have nobody on the line.
Okay, and I think there are a couple cards. If anybody wants to do public comment, you need to fill out a card and bring it up. And why don't we go ahead and do those?
First up is Michael Karolinko. Come to the microphone there and state your name and address. And
Yeah,
give your
been
comment.
here
Thanks.
before.
You know the drill.
My name is Michael Karolinko. I'm a Carroll County resident, an employee of the Department of Fire and EMS, and president of the Carroll County Professional Firefighters and Paramedics Association, which is International Association of Firefighters Local 5184. On behalf of the more than 100 members of our organization who are uniformed employees of the Department of Fire and EMS, I'm speaking out against the proposed change to the ESAC bylaws. While superficially this presents as an inconsequential edit, we see it as an undoing of our guaranteed seat at the table as a consolidated and organized voice to participate as stakeholders in DFEMS and the services we provide. The commissioners voted to include the line requiring at least one of the career representatives to the ESAC be a member of the not otherwise specified at the time union. This was done to guarantee a seat at the table for the representative body of the career personnel in some complementary sense to the Volunteer Association having an ex officio representative to the ESAC and the volunteers holding 6 of the 11 votes. The Professional Firefighters Association now represents 75% of DFEM's employees, with more continuing to join, currently over 100 members. I've served as the career union representative of the ESAC for more than 3 years and maintained a strong and collaborative working relationship with the other members of the ESAC, providing a vital perspective of the career position and concerns. 6 months into the operational life of DFEMS, we need to be stepping forward in collaboration with all the stakeholders, including us, to move the department on an upward trajectory to benefit the service to Carroll County. This proposed change feels to be a step backwards and rudimentary in the comparison to the work we need to be accomplishing together. We have participated as productive contributors to the creation and growth of DFEMS. This change would be a confusing penalty and message to the career personnel you employ, seemingly devaluing our voice after the positive attitude, forward-looking and diligent work we have offered alongside the other stakeholders. The relationship of an IFF local and its jurisdictional fire and EMS department is an industry standard. More than 85% of the population of the U.S. and Canada are served by members of the IFF. In Maryland, more than 25 jurisdictions have relationships with our IFF locals. More than 1,000 members of the IFF call Carroll County home. And a significant number of Carroll County's volunteers are IFF members in other jurisdictions, including 5 of the volunteer members of the ESAC. Chief Robinson, Assistant Chief Stoner, and brothers are all retired members of IFF locals. This is not a bad relationship, and one of the key components of the success of the Carroll County Department of Fire and EMS. We are asking for your commitment, your continued commitment to our seat at the table, that we are given the same respect as all the other people you rely on through this, and this bylaw change does not carry. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the other speaker is Max Nicky.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Max Nicky. I was the inaugural president of Local 5184. I live here in the county, District 3, right over by the hospital. I'm speaking out against this proposed bylaw change as well. My first question when I saw it pop up was kind of, why are we here? Why are we doing this at this time? And maybe you guys can answer that later. Like Mike said, we've been a pretty positive influence, I think, working with the county, the chief, the volunteers, and we'd like to continue that relationship going forward. When we started this, we wanted to have a seat at the table because we have probably the highest stakes in this. This is our career. I plan on being here till I retire, and I think a lot of the other people do too. And we just want to create the best environment we can and create the best system that we can for ourselves and for the community and for you guys. I mean, part of the reason we started this union was because looking around nationally, there's little things that just pick it, from governments, private, and private corporations. It's kind of a slippery slope, and that's how I view it. You take this one little thing away from us, and all of a sudden, then we lose our seat. We lose a little bit of our influence, but we're one of the biggest stakeholders in the system. We're just looking to protect our interests and move this thing forward, stay positive, work with you guys. This may seem like a kind of procedural thing, but it's viewed pretty negatively amongst the employees, I think. So I think this would kind of go, it might not seem like a lot, but it's a big deal to us. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
That's
Chief, you want to?
Well,
and I assume no other.
That's it. Sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry.
First of all, I'd like to recognize 2 other ESAC members with us here this morning. Our Chairman, Rick Baker, from the Mount Airy Volunteer Fire Company, and the President of CC Visa, Susan Mott. And ESAC bylaws are a component of Chapter 37 under the Code of Regulations for Carroll County. A recommendation was received to change the language of career representation on ESAC from a union representative and a non-union representative to simply 2 career employees. As of the 1st of July of '24, assuming budget proceeds appropriately, there'll no longer be any more fire company corporation employees. So the terminology of union versus non-union really sunsets by virtue of the makeup of the fire department. We're looking at one phrase here, one of whom shall be a union member in quotations, and instead stating in quotations 2 uniform career employee representatives. Predicated on the fact that their membership is now up to 100 people, which constitutes roughly 75% of our agency. The probability is that once this goes into effect, and we will lose one of the representatives currently because they don't plan to continue to employment with the county. So given that vacancy and then the expiration of the current term, there will be 2 career positions that will be available. And that's solely the purview of the commissioners under the authority for appointments to commissions to make that decision. So I have no opinion on this. This was submitted. It's my function to bring this forward, and I believe that we have a very good working relationship on the current ESAC. It's very effective. We met last night. Commissioner Guerin, as the commission representative, has been an integral component and a very big advocate for the group. And so I have no position, and I submit this as a matter of follow-up. And to me, it's simply a language change. And in all probability, both representatives would actually be members of the union.
Okay, thank you. And 1 second. Chris, I think you have a caller. Can you verify if it's for this topic or not?
Yes, sir. Caller, if you can use *6 to unmute and tell us whether you're calling about this specific item.
No, I'm not calling about this item. Thank you.
Okay, we'll come back to you. Thank you.
Okay. And thank you for the comments. I can explain how I feel about this more than in general. For one thing, when this happened originally, I didn't understand why the commissioners did not approve this as ESAC had given them, why they added this wording. I think there's a lot of confusion about this wording. It actually said, one of whom shall be a union member, not a union representative. This was never intended, I don't think, to give the union a seat at the table. And I think that confusion was not good. And personally, again, I'm happy with the makeup of the committee, the people that are on it, and I think you covered it exactly. Odds are both of these will be union members moving forward. It would be almost surprising if one of them was a non-union member, so I think it's also unnecessary. And that's my opinion on it. I don't know if anybody else wants to chime in.
Can I have a couple of thoughts about this, but I wanted to ask a question first. Could you go back to what you said a few minutes ago about how in FY24, something about the volunteer corporations, and what could you walk me through? Because I've not. I'm sorry, because in all of the discussion about this, hearing from our friends out here, and then hearing from our friends in ESAC as well, that's the one component of this conversation I have to admit I was completely unaware of. I did not know that this was factoring into the discussion at all. So could you expand on that a bit, please?
So currently we have 146 county employees that are deployed to field operations, meaning they're working in fire stations. Given the current budget proposal, the number of positions we would be adding would take the remaining 7 volunteer fire companies per the original plan of the commissioners and would staff those units as of July. What that would mean is those 7 stations currently employ their own personnel to cover the medic unit positions and the 1 or 2, in some case, firefighter positions in each of those stations. So currently on ESAC, we have an individual that represents that group of employees. They're not county employees. We call them corporation employees because they represent the 7 remaining volunteer fire companies. So hypothetically, assuming the budget goes where it's planned, those positions would no longer exist in July. So that would mean that all the employees of the Department of Fire and EMS would be in fact county employees, and they would all be eligible to join the organization of Local 5184. Now, there's nothing binding. They're not official representatives of that group. They're simply an association that look at for the mutual concerns and benefits of those employees. So based upon that, my speculation is that after July the 1st, one of those positions will be vacant because that corporate employee will no longer exist. We have a current position that's filled. I believe that expires. So there would be 2 career positions by virtue of the bylaws under the code. So those positions would be eligible for any of the career employees of the Department of Fire and EMS.
And so how many in total would that be?
Excuse me?
How many in total would that be? You said
So that would take us up to 248 uniformed employees. So out of those 248, we would be allowed 2 representatives representing career personnel who would be employees.
And I recognize the volunteers on this committee cannot be employed by Carroll County, but a number of them might be employed by Howard County, Anne Arundel County, Baltimore City, may or may not be in a union, but they're still considered volunteers in Carroll County,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So my 2 cents about this is it's an advisory council, and I feel like we're making this a little bit more difficult than it needs to be. It's not, and where I'm going to is I believe in things like this being as least restrictive as possible. And as an advisory council, I want this to be, get everybody who wants to be on board into this council on the council. And like you shared, if they're going to be union members, from whatever union, not necessarily the local union, then they'll be on board. Leaving it as just 2 uniform career employee representatives, I don't understand why we need to add more to it than that. So, yeah, I guess I'm in favor of taking this out just because, it's less, and less is better in many cases. The focus of this council is to advise and advise you, on giving us the direction that we need to go in implementing the legislation and, the development of, how we're going to execute the dollars to make this a better, entity. And they can do that with the composition by the way it is, and not necessarily having a union, representative, because if there is no union, then we're saying that's a vacancy. I'm like, let's not make this a vacancy. Let's make it 2 folks that come from the professional services. That's my 2 cents on this. I like to be less than be more constrained, so.
And I think that was a good way to describe it. Again, I can only speak for 1 of 5, but I have no intention of changing the people that are on the committee. I just think, this was restrictive, and it doesn't say a union representative, it says a union member, which is 2 vastly different things. And I just think, too, keep it simple. But like I say, I don't see it changing the makeup. Odds are they're both going to be union members. It would almost, not impossible, but highly unlikely they wouldn't be. You guys, comments?
Sure. So I don't support this change. I think it's completely unnecessary and comes at a time where we're still only 6 months into this effort to build this fire and EMS volunteers force out. So I oppose the change. But at the same time, I'm I'm honestly confused because I don't know why we're talking about this right now. I am a member of the ESAC and was completely unaware of any recommendation to change this, and found out at the same meeting where the union president found out as I was sitting in front of him. So I really want answers. I don't know why that happened and how. And then I've mentioned several times sitting up here that agenda items such as this that affect people's lives, that mean things to people, I thought we had a system, or as somebody recently put it, a process where a majority of commissioners would support an agenda item and be ready to argue for it. And that would be a majority last time I checked, 3 out of 5, and I don't recognize or remember any process there either. And if, to be honest, I've advocated not even bringing this up, that it was completely unnecessary, and that to not just table it, but to move on. So, I mean, can somebody explain to me why we're even talking about this right now? It didn't come from the ESAC, and as far as I can tell, it didn't come from majority of commissioners. It's something that I'm continually frustrated with, but did anybody answer that?
Am I allowed to talk about what I said in a closed meeting? An administrative meeting, not a closed.
You can say what you said.
Yeah, I brought up that again, I was opposed when this got added. I wasn't a commissioner, and I did bring it up in a group that I thought we should look at changing it. You did say, I don't think it's the right time, and I'll be honest, I don't know what everybody, I know exactly where you were, and we've talked about it a couple of times since. But again, I do think we need to talk about the agenda a little bit. It's and that was on my list this morning. You shouldn't have heard it probably there, but I'm not sure what the process is and why you brought it up there. I don't know the history of that, and I wasn't sure which agenda it would ever be on, but I'm personally glad it's on. I think we need to discuss it, and I think someone in this room has told me, which I realized before that, but the union is going to be very active in this whole system in Carroll County. That's a given. That's going to be. I just think the confusion here is it says a union member. People took that as a union representative. That's not what it says. I think it was confusing, and I don't think the commissioners, my opinion, and I wasn't here, if I'd have been here when this got approved and we wanted to change the wording, I think I'd have gone to ESAC and said, can you tell us why you did or didn't this, and do you recommend this? I would have wanted their input. And I mean, I think now is the time, and again, I think in a year or two it might be totally different. But again, I don't know. I hate to compliment Commissioner Rothstein, but you said it very well. This is an advisory board. This isn't future negotiation with the union or any of that. It's an advisory board, and I think they've done very well, and probably, and I wasn't here, do almost more than the original intention, which I welcome. But I think originally it was to be advisory board to you, not to us. But we have joint meetings, we talk, and I think it's a very good group. I think the makeup's good. I just think this wording adds confusion, and that's...
No, I definitely believe we put more meat on the bones from your direction to get it past where it originally was. And I do appreciate that because of the hard work. And I've participated in a couple of the ESACs themselves, but given much more value to what they were providing goes a long ways. And so, yeah, absolutely.
Yes, and my history with the group, a very collaborative group. Yeah. I think the representation, in fact, the majority of the group, if we looked at IAFF membership as a sole criteria, the majority of the volunteer members have or have been or are members of the IAFF, so I don't think there's any issue with that. What's important about the group is that I have a cross-section that represents all elements of the department, so I know what's going on in the volunteers, I know what's going on from an employee perspective, and I think we have that good cross-representation and the collaboration. Even though sometimes it can be contentious, at the end of the day, we all have a position and we've all thoroughly vetted our views on something. So it's been a very healthy process.
It's amazing what you can get done when you leave egos outside.
Yep.
And
Absolutely.
and that's really what I have seen and appreciated from the ESAC. Just that is, all the good ideas, get them on the table. Everybody at the table better be talking, because silence never does us any good. The challenge is, Mr. President, I saw another salmon card come up from Mr. Baker, and it's not to be crosstalk, but if there's value in a comment while we're doing this, or is it afterwards?
He just wanted to have the mention that ESAC did not ask for these changes.
Okay.
And unless I'm mischaracterizing
we
what you told me.
Is that
we didn't ask for it. We didn't ask for the change, and I didn't know this was even going to be until I looked at the agenda on Monday that this was going to be talked about today.
Yeah.
So I had to adjust my agenda last night for ESAC to have a conversation about the conversation was happening today.
Yeah.
So that was my biggest concern. ESAC didn't ask for it, and I didn't know about it until I personally looked at the agenda on Monday morning.
So I take the point that this body is an advisory body, and I certainly take the point that career certainly deserves a voice in that advisory capacity. And I know that we as the Board of Commissioners ultimately appoint the members of this board, but how do we get to that point that we appoint them? Where does somebody come from that we say, hey, we want to put this person on ESAC? Walk me through that entire process, how we get from, say, a vacancy to getting somebody on ESAC.
So the initial structure of this goes back to the initial work group that was established back in 2018 that went forward, did enabling legislation. And so part of all of that group's work was the creation of what the bylaws would be for ESAC, which predates my arrival here. Based on that, the original language says exactly what the change would create. So it actually stated representation. It did not specify the term union. That was added later on, I think, through a commission process. And so
Yes, a commissioner suggested it, and the board agreed, and the bylaws were changed.
November of December 2019, is that accurate?
Something like that.
Whenever the bylaws
The
were first
previous board.
adopted. Yes, sir.
4-1 vote, I think? 4-1.
Roberta, this committee, and we would still have 2 uniform career employee representatives, but what is the process in general with boards and these advisory committees? Do they recommend, or do we just ask people to apply, and then we have the last word saying yes or no? And there's been people, I think, renewed, and there's been people new. But is that correct, how it goes?
Yes, so in general, for boards and commissions as a whole, people can apply. There's an online application process, and you review them periodically. We try to do it every other month, every third month, at the latest, and then you appoint. Frequently, you do receive recommendations from either the department director or from the agency, because they're not all your departments that run these boards. So for like the DSS board, you appoint those folks, but they don't. The director of Department of Social Services doesn't report to them.
So that was a public advisory announcement for anybody out there that wants to
apply for a board or commission. Yes. In this case, it's a little bit more complicated because they're called district representatives. Is that right? Are sort of nominated.
Right.
They have to fit a
suggested.
criteria on this. Some are just,
So they come from one of a group of fire companies.
So the last type of board that we established, the Police Advisory Board.
Oh, that's different yet.
No, it's completely different, but it came from scratch. And it had to fit certain criteria, and we got,
That was state law driven, yeah.
Right. But it was legislative to establish the board, and we started from the ground. Here's the criteria to establish it, and we went through the process. This ESAC, started from the ground after legislative, guidelines and direction. It was enabling, and we started, and this is what we established. I think, by making this change, does it dilute the advisory council?
No.
Okay. I mean, at the end of this, we have a very strong advisory council that does so much in giving you the guidance and direction and ideas and candidness that you can come to us and, by resources, we can develop this, organization. If this does not dilute anything, then why would I not want to make this simple change?
So I guess I'm not going to get my answer. I still don't know how this is here and why. And I would never speak for another commissioner, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but you've just spent the last 15 minutes talking about how great the ESAC is and how effective they are, and I can vouch for that. And we just had our meeting last night. It is a unique entity. They just don't meet once a month to kind of talk about what's going on. I mean, these people are making some real serious decisions about a fire and EMS department that we own, the commissioners own. If it fails, it's on us. It's not on Chief Robinson. If it succeeds, well, it's everybody. But the failure is on us. So we just talked about how great the ESAC is for the last 15 minutes, and we want to change the bylaws because they don't hurt the ESAC. I just don't understand why we're here. I guess I'm not going to get my answer. I'm obviously opposed to this.
No, I agree, and I think just like being a county commissioner isn't just being in open session for a few hours on a Thursday. It's a 24/7 job that, we take on. And just like the ESAC and everybody involved is a 24/7. And it has been appreciated. And again, the value doesn't go without saying. And if this change is not necessarily needed, but if it's, there, again, it doesn't change the personality of the ESAC. So, and that's kind of what you're telling me.
So the two career individuals that we're talking about, the two individual career individuals that are in question, the process for either one of them to get on would be to apply and then to be approved by the Board of Commissioners.
Mm-hmm.
So we would put out that we have vacancies on that, and so in this case, two career members, the only people that would be eligible to apply would be among those that are the employees of DFEMS. So they would be put on notice, and among, let's just go fast forward to July, among those 248 employees, anyone could apply. That's the single criteria, is that you're a career employee of the Department of Fire and EMS.
All right, so
And right now, both of them on the board are union members.
No, currently we have one who is a corporation employee of Union Bridge, who had applied and was accepted, and then we have Lieutenant Karolenko, who was put on there stating as a union member.
As a union member. Now, but odds are it'll be two union members moving forward, just by the nature.
Yeah, given the
number
growth of their
employees.
membership,
Yes.
you're into
Yes, okay.
probability, yes.
Well, gentlemen, I'll go out and maybe in the hope of generating some more discussion. I'm kind of torn about this because coming in here, I thought maybe that I looked at this and I said, okay, well, it's not an appreciable change, right? Eliminating the term union was not going to effectively alter the career employee representatives, because there were still going to be 2 of them, and then it would be up to whoever decided to apply. But, learning today also that this was not something that was promulgated by ESAC, I do have to admit that I'm a bit torn about that as well. If it's, not an appreciable change, but it wasn't a change that was asked for, that does kind of give me some pause I really would like to do some more reconsidering of this. I mean, I totally get, Commissioner Kyler, where you are coming from with this, because again, it is, in my mind, it really isn't so much of an appreciable change. If the union decides they want to push forward, this gentleman or that lady to be one of the people considered for this, then I have, certainly have no qualms about that. But I guess the concern that I am experiencing now is that, because it wasn't something that was promulgated from an operational standpoint, that this is going to improve things, or this is, this is something that we feel is necessary, or this is something that we just want to clean up the language. So I guess for me, that's the challenge that I have now. And if anybody can offer some points one way or the other, I'd certainly be appreciative of that. Because again, I really do find myself in a bit of a position here where I really am attempting to parse the facts of this. I mean, again, to be totally honest, coming in here, I didn't think I was going to have so much of an issue with this. That, again, union was not necessary to include in this, after all the conversations I had. But again, coming back to this idea that this was not something that was promulgated by ESAC, I do have some trepidation about that. And I'm certainly open to any thoughts about this, one way or the other.
My only thought, whether this changes or not, we need to clarify, this says a union member, not a union representative. There should be no one introduced as a union representative. They are a union member, and that's all this position requires. And I think that's caused a great deal of confusion that needs to be clarified. And if we don't want to, I'm fine either way. I thought it should be discussed.
So if
I think, and of note, ESAC didn't have this in originally either. So neither times did they recommend that we add it or delete it.
So
correct?
Correct.
That's correct.
So could we find a common ground here that speaks to the concerns that you have about the term representative versus member? I mean, we alter the language to be more precise about the fact that it would be a
I
union
think
member?
it is precise. I think it says union member. That's what it says.
Oh, okay, so I apologize. So I'm missing something, because I thought you said something about the confusion about it being a representative versus a union member.
I think the mindset is that one of these two had to be a union representative. That's not what this says.
Commissioner Kyler's simply indicating that it has to be someone who belongs to the union.
Yeah, it's a member.
And what the chief has said is that over time, there will be almost every career person will belong to the union.
Yeah.
So that in
This
in
won't
and of
change the
itself,
makeup of the committee moving forward.
I think that's.
I'm making a change. I'm making
Yes.
this change.
Yeah,
Just
making
for
this
me.
change will not affect the committee whatsoever and its members moving forward.
But it's primarily the language about it being a union member that is the concern. Am I getting that?
My concern is the confusion that this has caused, because nobody says it's a union member. Everybody says it's a union representative. I've heard that multiple times in the last year, and that's incorrect. And
If I may, I think the distinction that Commissioner Kyler's making, if I can maybe help, is that a member is just anyone who belongs. A representative is someone, I think you're saying, who can speak on behalf of the organization. So, and the bylaws refer to a member, which
that
is
was
just
never the intention.
a belonger, as opposed to a representative. And Commissioner Kyler's indicated that he feels there's confusion as a result.
I haven't heard anybody object to eliminating the wording the way this is. They're worried about it. And it was said, the phrase was said, this gives us a seat at the table. No, it doesn't. And if this stays moving forward, that'll affect who I want to approve on the committee, whether they're a union member or a union representative. Now, if this is eliminated, I don't care. So it makes it more plain to me. I think the makeup of ESAC now is wonderful.
And it becomes implied. You know, you got specified and implied, and you know, having taken this out, and like you shared, at a given time, it's going to be implied that it's going to be a union member. So why specify it? And that goes all the way back to my very beginning. Is bylaws to me should be very clear and less restrictive as possible. And if it's implied, then, you know, that should be good enough. But that's my 2 cents. I mean, it's not like a sword I'm falling over. I just trying to make things clean. Well, agree to something that I think would be cleaner. But, you know, and yeah, that's where I'm coming from.
All right, I'm going to try one last ditch effort here to try to find some kind of common ground if I can. So what if we altered the language from saying 2 uniformed career employee representatives, one of whom shall be a union member, to 2 uniformed career employee representatives, one of whom should or could be a union member? Would that alleviate some of the concerns that you have?
It wouldn't eliminate mine,
Okay.
because I just think, because the word union's in there,
That in and of itself is, okay.
it's been misinterpreted, and I think we either delete that or we leave it in, and if we leave it in, we need to make sure we follow what it says, not what people think it says.
Well, I refute the notion that this is causing confusion. I spend a lot of time at the fire stations in my district, like some of you do, but I'm with volunteers, and they got a lot of concerns, but I haven't heard this one. But and they've got,
I have.
Okay, well, I haven't. But you know, it's interesting. We've got a council or commission or board, whatever you want to call it. It's highly functioning, and we're messing with their bylaws. We don't even have bylaws ourselves as commissioners. So it's an effective organization. It's an effective entity. They're providing critical information, critical opinions to the chief and the board, and we're going to sit here for how long and talk about how we want to change a couple words. There's a lot of commissions that operate in the county that we probably do need to take a much closer look at, but for some reason we're going to spend this considerable amount of time today on this. I don't understand it.
All of them are a responsibility, and yes, we should. And I'll be honest, any group I've been involved with, and I've told them, if you don't look at your Constitution and bylaws on an annual basis, you're an idiot. Now, and then I wasn't going to bring it up, but I was with a group that represented 7 or 8 of the volunteer stations, and they brought this up, and I said I was in favor of removing it, and they applauded. And you know, so yes, I've heard it. Now, I don't know that that's a reason, and I think it's positive that we spent some time on it. It's a controversial issue. I think we're a board that has discussed things hard and very few times voted 5-0 on stuff. And I mean, you know, some of the normal business stuff we do, but I'm glad we're discussing it.
If I may, we are the employer of these career personnel, and right now we're in a labor market where there's 1,000 jobs out there. And speaking as a 40-year career person, and I don't take sides union or non-union, but I think what's important is, as we're trying to recruit and retain employees, they're looking for some kind of assurance from government that we have their back, that we're going to be progressive, we're going to promote them through the ranks long term, that we're going to offer quality of life and opportunities. And it may be coming down to semantics at this point, and again, we just need to have an assurance that as employees, they will have representation within the system, which I believe they do now. But I think if you go to the heart and soul of the average employee we have now, a lot of them have some trepidations about what the direction is, and so we need to make sure whatever decision is made, that our employees are assured that there is in fact care, concern, future, and all those other things that come with them not just buying into the organization, but bonding with it and becoming a long-term part of it. And these are people that are giving the greater part of their lives and at the cost of occupational health and a whole bunch of other things. So I think the end game is that's what they're looking for.
You said it very well.
And I would hope they see it, because what the past commissioners did and what we've done, both with setting up all this and the money that's being spent,
Yep.
if they don't see that the county's committed to it, they're not looking.
Well, to follow up on a few things that Commissioner Guerin said, I think it is important that we do have these kinds of conversations. Especially, you know, I mentioned a little while ago, this is new for us. You know, this whole Department of Fire and Emergency Services, the combination system. And, you know, I think this is a demonstration of our desire to try to get things right. And so I guess for me, maybe the ultimate question about this proposed change comes down to, does the language necessarily change the composition of the body? And based on what I've heard, I can't argue that it does. And the reason why is because, you know, going past my confusion a few minutes ago, listening to what Commissioner Guerin has said, listening to what Commissioner Kyler and Commissioner Rothstein have said, and what everybody in the audience has said as well. And I'm certainly taking into account what you said about, you know, career guys knowing that you know, we're trying to get this right. And I guess it really, and maybe to your point, it does come down to the language, right? You know, we have individuals who think that only through the inclusion of the term union are they going to be, you know, aptly represented or have a voice at the table. And then Commissioner Kyler makes a strong argument that well, you know, having the fact that saying there are 2 uniformed career employees present in ESAC, right? And so I guess it comes back down to that fundamental question: does the language necessarily change the composition of the body? And I'm not sure that it does. Right. And the reason why is because, I mean, it's incumbent on us to make sure that we have a member of the union on that body as a career employee. Because I can also ask myself the obverse question: for the 25% or so of people who are not union, who represents them? Where's their voice? How do they have a say in things? And so I think that if the impetus is strong enough among employees to have a union member, right, and this is who they advance, and this is who they push forward, and this is who they say, go apply for this, and this is who they say, commissioners, we want this union representative on that body, that's certainly effective for them. And for the people who are not union members, you know, where do they fall in the grand scheme of things? And so that, I guess, and that was the last question that I had, and, you know, kept me up a little bit last night trying to determine, you know, again, that fundamental question: does the change in language necessarily alter the composition of the board? And, you know, however this came to us today, you know, I do have to answer in the negative that I don't believe it does necessarily change that composition. And so ultimately, I guess I'm in favor of the language change.
I guess I'll bring up a question to your point there, Commissioner Vigliotti. We talk about inclusion for all in this organization as we do others. And yes, we can all sit here and debate words all day long, whether a member's a rep's a member. I mean, we're all members of this body, and we also represent it. So we can go back and forth on that. But I guess my question would be, if any of us were in an organization, regardless of what that is, and the bylaws stipulated a membership in something, I don't want to get into the specifics, and you found yourself to be a member of that. Now, you're still going to be included later, but we're going to cut that word out. But that word is, for whatever reason, I'll use the term, important to you as a person. Would that affect you? Because I think that might be part of what we're contending with today, because I think anyone would look at that and feel that there has been a shift or a change. Now, from a legal perspective, no, not at all. It's the same. But I think that there's the heart of the matter. So if tomorrow we were to say, you know, you are X, but we're going to remove that word from that document, does that affect you? And I think that's part of the crux of this conversation today. So if we're to be inclusive, and I realize we have X number of seats on this organization or this board just as we do many others, and yes, people, and I don't know about ESAC, I can't speak for ESAC, but obviously Commissioner Kyler and I sit on the VAC, and there's a variety of people that come that are not members. And yes, they can speak, but I guess the question is, are we affecting a group of people and making them feel lesser in some sense? I guess that's my point to that, because I think it does go to the heart of the conversation. If we're being inclusive, we want to have the entire community, where does that effect fall? And I can't answer that. That's a personal question to anyone, but that's my thought there.
I'd certainly take that point. So again, I'm going to bring up one more time, maybe my last-ditch effort to find a middle-of-the-road way forward here. So I'm just going to put my cards on the table. I'm going to make a motion to amend the bylaws to say 2 uniformed career employee representatives, one of whom could be a union member, to attempt to address both sides of the concern here.
That's a moot.
Well, I personally don't think that's a good compromise, and I respect what you just said, but then we need to change this to say, or a non-union member, or a volunteer who got hired, or, these 2 representatives are probably going to be union members no matter what we say here, so we're not dishing them in any way. And I understand what you're saying about inclusion, but, we could write a whole paragraph to cover everybody of the 1,000 volunteers plus the, how many did you say, new career people, 200 and...
We'll have 248.
248 and this 800 to 1,000. You guys could tell me that someday. We don't have time today. How do you count them, and how do you have any idea what the total volunteers are?
You just passed it with the background checks.
But it's a bunch. And I personally think the split of the career and the volunteer is great on this for now. And I think in 2 or 3 years, it might be totally different.
Yeah, I cannot second that motion you made. Bylaws are designed not to have should or could or may in them. And again, clarity is very important. I think we're at a point where, again, I don't, understanding Robert's rules also, I do not want to make a motion that is not going to get us where we want to go. I think having further discussion, staffing this may be the right thing to do, talking to Chief. Because I agree with Commissioner Gordon 100%. And, in the sense that changes, does it dilute the, or change a person's attitude or thoughts of their value or validity by taking something out? And I don't think it does. Again, it's going back to that, leave the egos at the door, and everybody's going to be included anyway. So I think maybe it was very valuable discussion. I appreciate all those that, attended and listened to what we have to say. But yeah, I'm not in a position right now to motion or second that. So that's my 2 cents, unless there's something out there. So I don't know.
So you're suggesting tabling it, or are you ready to vote on it?
I'm not ready to vote on it. Not the way it is, because we're not going to get to where we want to go.
Okay, so
I mean, the only motion I would be making would be to take it out of the bylaws, and but if that's not where we're at,
with all the issues,
You're not comfortable with the recommended motion, so
I'm going back and forth a bit on, because again, I'm really trying to get to the heart of the matter, and it seems like it should be something simple, but I guess maybe it really isn't at the end. And it's not, I know, and let me say this very clearly for the record, for everybody who's, everybody up here respects everybody in DFEMS. Everybody up here respects all the volunteers. And again, this goes back to the point that I was making earlier, that we really do take this seriously, that something as simple as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 words is going to cause us this much discussion, because we really do want to try to get this right. And, so if that means that we have more discussions about this, I'm fine making a motion to table this for the moment.
You know, with all the issues and challenges we have in the county, we're just going to push this and continue discussions about it. And it's about a body, an entity that is functioning at a very high level to begin with. So it's not like it's not working right now. I think we owe it to the people that are here to make a decision. And I'm going to motion that we do not approve the revisions. And if commission members, fellow commissioners want to have additional conversations behind the scenes and bring it up again, that's fine. But until then, let's vote. I'm going to make a motion that we do not approve it. And if we want to bring it up again, then go ahead. That's the individual commissioner's decision.
Okay, do we have a second?
Did we withdraw the previous motion?
Oh, yeah, we'll withdraw. Yeah.
Failed for lack of a second.
Yeah, it didn't
Well,
get
the
a
first
second.
one, but, yeah, I didn't actually make a motion the second time. I said I'd be willing to make a motion
Yeah,
to
but
to
nothing,
table it,
yeah,
yeah.
nothing got seconded,
So
yeah.
seeing the deep concern of the Board of County Commissioners regarding this particular aspect of the ESAC bylaws, I move the Board of County Commissioners not approve the revisions to the ESAC bylaws.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Do we have any discussion?
I don't think we're done with the discussion. I mean, I know where we are with the motion now, but I think that this is,
Okay, I can withdraw the motion.
Oh, no,
and
no,
add
no, no, no,
additional
no.
move that further discussions can take place if that makes anybody
Okay.
feel any better.
All right.
The only thing that concerns me, if it stays written like this, then these people need to be union members. It does not say they're union representatives, and I don't like that. But if we're going to leave it as written, then we need to follow it, and I can handle that. But I don't like it. But, and where we're removing it, I thought opened that up to better. You know, it would be two union people, and if one or two were representatives of unions, who cares? But if this says a union member, that's what it needs to be.
Parliamentary inquiry to Mr. Burke. We have a motion and a second. We can't just withdraw that per Robert's Rules of Order. We have to vote.
you make a friendly amendment to the motion.
We
which
can,
is-
we can withdraw it, right?
If the first
would-
and the second both agree.
Yeah, he would withdraw it, you withdraw the second.
I'm prepared to withdraw it, but again, my intention is, we've got to move on, and we've got a lot of
Yep.
important things
Yep,
to
we
discuss,
spent
and
a
we're
lot
not
of
meeting
time.
next week, so, and we've got a lot of other much more serious issues to be contending with.
Well, we could
So
meet next week
it-
if necessary.
So technically, if there's no motion.
Okay.
If you withdraw that, there's no motion, no second, we can move on to the next agenda item.
I'm sorry, say that again, Commissioner.
We can
Cox.
move on to the next agenda item, and then this isn't tabled. It never has to come up again, or it can come up again next week. We just move on without a motion, without a second, correct? So what do you want? We can vote on the motion or not?
Okay, well, seeing where this is going, I'll withdraw my motion, but is the consensus that we're not going to do anything? Is that what I'm hearing?
I mean, I'll speak for myself
fine,
here.
too.
Yeah, I'll speak for myself here. I mean, again, at this point, I have no inclination to push it because I really do want to learn more about this at this point. I know that's not a satisfactory answer for everybody, and I know that I almost seem like I'm kind of like waffling in the middle here, but again, it really does go to the heart of the seriousness of this. You know, this is an entirely new thing for us, and I mean, I certainly have no intention to say bring this up at the next open session or anything like that. But I really am torn over this. I really am. I mean, and that's, you guys know that's typically not me. I'm typically, well-versed and prepared, and I thought coming into this I was, but the extra information that we got from the chief and then the points that everybody up here has made has really given me pause to think, and I'm certainly honest enough to admit that I really do need to consider this a little bit more.
So, we're ready to move on to the next item, correct? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a good holiday.
Thank you. And I don't think anybody will be shocked by this. As somebody who's known for speaking a fair amount, we overwhelmed you today. You were quiet.
Well, and ESAC makes me give him just a written report now.
Okay, are we ready to talk about Carroll County Economic Development and Land Use Study?
Still morning. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for your, I'll say, patience with me. I'm not going to throw everybody else under the bus. Thank you for your patience with me this morning.
Greetings, Commissioners, President Kyler, Vice President Vigliotti. It's a pleasure to be in front of you five for the presentation of the Carroll County Economic Development and Land Use Study. And just to note, and I'm sure all you do know this, but just for anyone from the public who's watching, this is one of the components for our next master plan, which is the guiding policy document for development in the county for 10 years. The list on the screen are the people who are currently involved in the project. There's been many people throughout this project lifespan. Right now, I'm joined with Paige Sunderland from Economic Development and Courtney Powell from Wampman Group, Inc. So I just want to emphasize that this entire study has been a collaborative effort between Bureau of Comprehensive Planning, the Department of Economic Development, and the county consultant. This report is designed to be an impartial review of current economic development and land use in the county. This report consolidates data and citizen input regarding economic development, status of the county, and related future concepts, which will be discussed shortly. For public engagement, many different avenues of citizen engagement have been performed with this study. As you can see in one of the photographs, Vice President Vigliotti participating in the study up at the Tawnytown Business Breakfast, and I know many of the commissioners have participated as members of the public, so thank you. And as you can remember, we had the very innovative Monopoly game where citizens could vote on their preference for what industries that they would like to see in Carroll County and how much investment that they would like for a particular industry in this county. And I just want to also emphasize that there's no decision, no action on this board is required today. This report is meant to be a resource to help facilitate future discussions when we get into the master plan and drafting of the master plan. Today is an opportunity for you all, as the elected leaders of this county, to ask Ms. Powell any questions that you may have, and also Ms. Sunderland and myself, any questions that you may have on this study. And very shortly after my last slide, Ms. Powell will get into a brief overview of findings. So I just want to close mentioning that on the Bureau of Comprehensive Planning webpage, we have been updating information constantly to keep the public up to date. So for instance, the QR code, as everyone knows, pull out your phone, open the camera app, point it at the QR code, and it will take you right to, after you click the button, I'm not sure with an Android, but with an iPhone, that is the case, and it will take you to the Bureau of Comprehensive Planning webpage, where one can view all documents, including photographs of our citizen outreach. So without further ado,
I'll tell you, it works, the QR code, so that's always a good thing.
Do you have an Android or an iPhone?
That's a good
I have
start.
an Android.
There you go.
there we go. Yes.
All right.
So if, Paige, I don't know if you have any questions, but I'll turn it over to you and Courtney. And Courtney, just tell me when you want me to flip through.
Well, we appreciate you hearing us today. As you know, this has probably been over a year in the making. I think the findings were somewhat surprising even for myself, and I think you'll find it very informative, and it will help you, as Andrew said, when you look to the future in the master plan development in 2025. Thank you.
Well, good morning, Commissioners. It's my pleasure to be here this morning and appreciate you all letting us come before you and present on the findings of this study. And as Andrew had mentioned, during this process, we had some challenges with different project team turnover, but I think at the end of this, we can all say that the process for this project was resilient and that the deliverable still provided what was set forth in the beginning. So let's go through this. I know I have numerous slides. I'll try to keep it as brief and informative as possible. But we kicked off this process formally back in October of 2022, and throughout that process we had different stakeholder engagement. We took some tours of the county to see things firsthand, met with staff, and did a lot of data analytics and research as well to get us to this point today. As mentioned, the project basically was broken down into 3 phases. That first phase was kind of our findings, discovery, learning about the county. The second phase was really working and engaging with the community and listening. And then phase 3 was drafting the study, meeting with planning commissioners, presenting the draft to them, and then coming back a second time to have open discussions and questions about it. And then we're here before you all this morning. As I mentioned, public engagement was a huge part of this component. We had over 350 participants, which I think is really encouraging for this type of topic, because sometimes it may be viewed as, maybe something not as exciting or a little bit harder to kind of understand how this may impact in the future. This slide just shows the 6 main sections of how we broke down the study, and I will just briefly go through an overview in the following slides of each of those. So the economic profile at the end of the day, highlighted by many metrics throughout the study, Carroll County does reflect a stable economy with a broad economic base of various industries, including your renowned agricultural production, a steady employment base, high levels of employment, quality economic development resources, varying from small business services to your workforce development as well. So like many things in long-range planning, understanding population trends is very important, and that's where we started with this study. And so that we found that over the past 20-plus years or so, the county has grown by a population of about 25,000, which equates to about 16%, and that is a little under 1% annually. That is similar to a couple of the surrounding counties, such as Baltimore County and Adams County, but that growth rate is still lower than Frederick and Howard County. Similar with the regional economic activity, it's definitely found that Carroll County does play a part in Maryland's overall economic vitality. And it's noteworthy to mention that the county does make that valuable contribution despite being surrounded by some of the more bustling areas. But one thing that we heard many times throughout the public engagement was the quality of life in this county and the rural aspect. And so even though the county from an economic standpoint is still in the top contributor for the state, you are still able to maintain that quality of life that the residents do enjoy.
Question on that. Go back. Do you have the information and data for Frederick and Washington and others that surround Carroll County? I mean, most of them do. Hartford County does not, and you're looking at it as a like type of county, but Washington County demographics, number-wise, I think is closer. And that may be something to look at. Yeah, I mean, Baltimore City, skews a lot of things in so many ways. And, we belong to the Baltimore Metropolitan Committee. And, looking at those jurisdictions may be a way of looking at this as well. Queen Anne's counties is in there, but take them out. Look at the others. And I'm not dissing Queen Anne's; they're there for a purpose, but there's others that are part of the BMC. And I mean, you got the BMC, you got the GBC, Greater Baltimore Committee. MACO has a ton of information to also pull from, but I'm just looking at from an economic perspective. What are the regional organizations or entities that are bringing things together? And META also has a ton of information. So,
no, those are excellent points. We did not look at all of those areas at the beginning of this study. We did discuss with staff on some of what 4 or 5 kind of comparable counties did we want to look at. And Baltimore City was one that we kind of went back and forth on a couple times for those reasons that it is different.
Sure.
But at the same time, I think there was some value on including them to highlight maybe some of those differences or see if there's opportunities for the county to emulate any of those if needed.
Yeah, because you're going to see, I mean, and I see you have real estate in here, and we talked about that earlier, about the challenges with the housing market across the country, but also across Maryland, but also within different counties and jurisdictions, the demographics, you have challenging real estate markets. So if you look at like jurisdictions, you may see a trend. How do we set ourselves apart from those trends and tell our story?
Yep.
That's kind of where I'd like to go with this. So, okay.
And I think that is the overall intention and hope, that this is a great conversation starter for everybody as you go into your general development plan. And I know that there's plans to do the housing study as well. So, hopefully that this document does help you kind of stem off into those conversations.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, and then the businesses and industries, the construction industry, healthcare and social assistance, and the professional, scientific, and technical service industries are your key industries that are found in the county. The professional, scientific, and technical, there's definitely a strong concentration around the Westminster, as there's several business park areas there. But again, the county has a stable economy with this broad economic base, which is fantastic that not all the eggs are in one basket. Okay, thank you. Similar to understanding the general population trends, we wanted to look at the employment trends and projections. Approximately 80% of the employment are found within private sector employment jobs, while the remaining are in public sector, which is typically local government found in this county. Something of note that is interesting, despite the turmoil of the COVID-19 pandemic, the county did fare very well and still maintained a long-term low of below 10% for unemployment rate. And also opportunities for remote working are also valuable assets to this county that are tracking with some other nearby ones as well.
These were also highlighted in the AAA bond rating, discussions. The diversity of our economy gives us so much strength. So,
yes,
I
for
appreciate
sure.
you capturing that.
Yeah.
So can I'm probably just going to ask, so I obviously read through the report. So on page 27, you talk about the top 10 employers in Carroll County by employment base, and 3 of the top 10 are either government or government-sponsored. And so if you remove those from the picture, what are the next 3 private sector areas that would move up into the top 10? And if you don't have that information and send it later, that's okay.
Okay. It would be definitely warehousing would be in there, and you wanted to remove education. Was that?
Yeah, if you remove the Board of Education, Carroll County Government, and the community college, because those are all either government-sponsored or government.
Yeah, the healthcare, the private healthcare side of that, warehousing, and I guess you have the healthcare with the retirement living.
So healthcare is
And,
distinct from healthcare retirement living? Okay.
And then the Carroll Lutheran Village as well.
I know a large part of the county government is federal government. Fort Meade, 8% of the workforce at Fort Meade comes out of Carroll County, give or take. I mean, those are old numbers, but I imagine the percentage relatively the same. So that's significant,
Yes, we did look at that years ago with the BRAC project, and it was a very high number of Carroll Countyans who were traveling down 32.
And BRAC just added more of the workforce. And in addition to that, U.S. Cyber Command just added more. I mean, Fort Meade's the largest employer in the state and brings in just an incredible amount of money. But a lot of it does come relatively from especially the southern part of the county. So.
You'll also see that, I think, in the slide, I think it's Courtney's about the commute. Carroll Countyans that are commuting out of the county.
Yep.
And as we know, many of them are traveling down 32.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that is a great segue. Because about 70% of the Carroll workforce is commuting out of the county, which typically we consider this county then to be called a bedroom community, where people come to live and do life and then travel out for work. And again, that radius seems to be about that 24 miles is where people are leaving the county for other work opportunities.
So can I ask, so a couple pages later, I'm sorry, on page 34, talking about telework eligibility and the number of people who work from home in that regard. And then I think a page or two later, or before that, I forget exactly where it is, my notes are all over the place, you talk about how people who work from home tend to spend money closer to home. And so my question has to do with the right? So if I, for example, work in Baltimore, right? Am I going to be more or less likely to go to a restaurant in Baltimore on the weekend? If I take my wife to a movie, am I going to go to Baltimore County, or am I going to tend to stay local?
So I think weekday and weekends are a little bit different. I think in terms of during the weekday, the expenses for that employee who is traveling out is going to happen more likely closer to their place of work. And then kind of conversely the other way around for a weekend. I don't know if that answers
makes
your
perfect
question.
sense.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Because if I'm not going to work on the weekend, why would I want to drive down to Baltimore when I could, go to Bogger's restaurant here in Westminster? So.
Right. And then, if they just go out for lunch while they're working, they have 5 days opportunity of doing that in the other area as opposed to 2.
So, and I guess kind of what I'm getting to, and what I've read through this, and forgive me if I'm jumping ahead too
That's
much
okay.
here,
No,
or
this
if
is
any
for
of the
you all.
conclusions you want to talk about. So, and part of this goes to the discussion we had with Denise this morning about the future of the economy here and how we want to look at things with economic development. So it seems to me that if we are seeing a number of people, or an increasing number of people who are working from home, that means that more people are going to be spending their money here. And if I'm going down to Baltimore every day of the week to work, I don't want to go down there on the weekend. And so I guess maybe the point is, how do we tap into, I mean, a lot of people dismiss us as a bedroom community, but how do we leverage that?
Mm-hmm.
How do we make ourselves the home that everybody wants to come to?
Mm-hmm.
And I know Commissioner Gordon, for example, has been a strong proponent of agritourism as an example, right? Why would I want to go down to the city on the weekend when I could go to a winery here in Carroll County? And so how do we, and then maybe this goes back to that conversation we had about finding a cohesive marketing strategy, a cohesive brand that speaks specifically to home.
Mhm. And I think that is, again, something that we heard time and time again throughout this process, is the quality of life that your residents really enjoy and want to maintain here. Understanding that there likely will be there'll need to be some growth, and how you appropriately address that is, a very important conversation to have. But with that, you have had the ability to watch some other neighboring counties rapidly grow and maybe learn from that and still be able to maintain your quality of life. And so that's something we've had conversations about of Carroll County really seems to be positioned well, because you're at that point where you haven't had rampant growth throughout the county, and those core values and principles and what you'd like to maintain, and how do you capitalize on that, and how do you do it thoughtfully in the future.
Thank you. I hope I didn't jump ahead or anything.
Oh no, I'm happy to work anyway. So.
And I think where you work, if you work there a long period of time, you do go to restaurants there at night. You do, because you see places at lunch that you didn't even know were there. So it is a bedroom community has its challenges, because people are out seeing other stuff. I know when I worked in York, we often went up there at night, and you may join a gym there, you shop there on your way home from work. I think it's a challenge for us.
One thing we did look at in the
That's a good
study,
point.
because you do have great assets with the community college and the tech, and so we had specific engagement for the students as well. Because so you have the bedroom community aspect to the county, but another asset and way to kind of look at that was what does the county need to retain those students for potential workforce as well. And so you do have that situation happening of people moving out, but there's another population demographic that you have that is a great opportunity. So we did look into that, and hopefully that's something that those discussions can continue as well.
Courtney, not to jump in, but also did a student survey and got feedback from local students. So
Yep.
That's on page 135, if you're counting pages. And the results of the students that we did interview, or it was an online interview, if they were to stay, would they stay in this county if the appropriate positions were available? And just kind of gauging the interest in that young workforce to stay here. What kind of opportunities can we provide to ensure our future workforce?
Yeah, this is an interesting slide, because it needs to be viewed very objectively. That I can speak for my district, where people do not mind getting in the car and going to their high-paying job, provided the traffic's not too bad, and they want to come back to a great place to live,
Absolutely.
which is Carroll County. If you run around my portion of the county, you won't hear people saying, "Oh, we need more high-paying jobs here."
Right.
What their comments are is that we need to preserve this wonderful way of life we have in Carroll County that has a relatively lower cost of living and better schools and things of that nature. So
Yep. Absolutely. I think a lot of this story is maintaining those success stories that you have in the county.
you've mentioned that a few times, which I appreciate.
Yeah, and that it's not rewriting what Carroll County is, but it's holding on to that and capitalizing or finding those new opportunities like your schools, that demographics you have there. How can Carroll County really build upon that as opposed to having big changes?
And I think you make a great point about the people going, and I'm curious, 10 years ago, what would this slide have looked like when 41% of the workers weren't eligible to telework? It was even more skewed, I bet. And you're on the corner there, but and I look at Frederick County seems to be tied way more to DC. We're tied more to Baltimore, but in your corner, it's probably both.
So you think 10 or 20 years ago, working elsewhere was probably a much higher number? Because I can almost speak to the truth to that. I mean, we lived in Woodbine, and I think that was absolutely the case. It was probably much higher 20, 30 years ago if you had studied.
Yeah. Okay. This slide, again, just capitalizes on all the economic development infrastructure and resources that the county already has and employed and continues to utilize and partnership on. So this really is just kind of highlighting all those resources that you have. Okay, in the real estate market overview section, as we've discussed numerous times this morning, that although the county is predominantly rural, and that is a huge part of the character here, it is kind of becoming more and more suburban, just as population in your surrounding counties that continue to develop, and you might be feeling some of those pressures on those ends. I do want to point that the numbers, may have slightly changed since we pulled all this demographics, since it has been over a year-long process. So at the time that we did pull this data, it was considered that the county is seen as a seller's housing market, meaning that there's fewer homes, prices are higher. There has been about a 5% increase on the home value, which now puts the county more kind of in the middle of those peer counties that we had looked at. And same thing with the multifamily housing rent. Everything has kind of gone up some, which, is not unusual as we've seen across the country.
And if I may add, I believe a commissioner mentioned that in Priority Carroll about the housing.
Yep.
Looking at the commercial trends, the main areas are the office submarket, industrial submarket, hotel hospitality, even your retail dining and entertainment. Again, these are all, seeming to grow well. One thing that was interesting was in the hotel hospitality submarket there, you do have, bed and breakfast and a couple smaller type of hotel brands, but a new one has not been constructed since 1989. Okay, this section of the study, development functions, was looking at more of the staff side of the equation of the entitlement process for bringing in development and seeing if there are any other opportunities to help improve maybe the efficiency of the process. As we know, a lot of the developers and companies say time is money, and so we did kind of look at some of the review process here. And really, at the end of the day, there were not many differences that we found from other peer counties. I think the county does a great job with their review process. The one thing that did come up and actually has all been already implemented by you all is the priority expedited review process, where the planning and economic development work together to help with that. And I know Paige's group does a lot of work on the front end on bringing in those industries and being that liaison as well. And then the zoning and land use section, this is an interesting part of kind of bringing the planning aspect into economic development, because you need to make sure that your land is properly zoned, or your future land use is designated correctly, in order for those businesses to have the right opportunities to come in. So as an overview, majority of your land, just under 65%, is agricultural. A lot of that is due to your preservation program that you have, and the conservation of just over 20%. A very small percentage includes the industrial, commercial, and then that kind of mixed use component of office, retail, restaurants, that part. So a very small part of the county land is currently available for those types of industries.
So, I'm sorry, could you go back to that last slide for 1 second? I apologize. So I see that the amount of, the percentage of land that's zoned industrial or commercial or other is less than 5%, and that includes unincorporated and incorporated Carroll County, so between the county itself and the municipalities. What is the breakdown of that between the municipalities and the county?
I would have to, we have that, but,
and if you don't worry if you don't have the information, you want to send it to me later. But I'm curious about that, because I think that goes to the heart of some of the discussions that we've been having about renewing relationships with the municipalities as partners, because they have such a, I would imagine a significant portion of that commercial and industrial land, that it would be far better to partner with them for causes in common than not.
And I think Courtney's going to get to that.
Sorry, I jumped in
That's
again. I
good. No, that's
apologize.
great. Had just asked Andrew, there had been those figures of what was in the municipalities, and with that is something that planning had. I don't know how updated it is, but that's certainly something that we can, bring out again as a component for you to look at.
Awesome.
In 2025.
Thank you very much.
yeah, so Andrew, if you want to go to the next slide. So talking about those designated growth areas around those cities and towns that you have, and I know Commissioner Gordon, we had a little bit of a conversation before about these areas, but currently how they're set up is that's where a lot of the growth is supposed to happen in the county overall. That way, those larger agricultural rural areas can be preserved under that conservation. So, yes, I would say that the majority of those types of land uses are found within those areas, because that's where the county has decided to direct the growth. We did not look at whether or not any of the growth areas should change, either in size or location or anything like that. We were just strictly looking at what is the current land use and zoning makeup. We did also look at some of the boundaries of the designated growth areas to the county line to see if there's any inconsistencies of zoning and land use categorizations, to see if there's any opportunities to make any modifications on either side. And that lends into where we started with some growth scenarios. In this section, we provided 4 scenarios of different growth opportunities that could potentially happen. And again, this is rather high level to help those conversations moving forward. But scenario A is looking at what we would consider a no growth, and honestly would probably lend to a negative growth scenario, because what it's saying is you're taking a snapshot of where the county is now and nothing is changing. So no population growth, nothing. So you'd actually probably see a decline, all the way up to a more aggressive growth scenario. And where we ended up coming up, and you can go to the next slide. Yep. Where this all kind of came out was a scenario that fell around scenario C, which is a low to moderate growth projection. Interestingly, and I think great position for the county to be in. One of the things that we took into consideration in developing these growth scenarios is, and why it came to the scenario C, is we were looking at the fiscal impact. So, what kind of population growth would you need in order for the budget to increase and sustain the services that you need to support your residents and then maintain that quality of life? But also, we brought this to the community as well, and we got their input on what kind of growth scenario that they would feel comfortable with. And fortunately, at this point, the data and the analytics and the public sentiment really fell in alignment, and it all came in really at that scenario C. Now, again,
How awesome.
I know, right? That does not happen. Let me just tell you that it does not always happen.
Makes life a lot easier.
Yes.
That
Like,
was
like Commissioner Rothstein says all the time, no one knows Carroll County better than Carroll County is.
That's right. And now, that's not to say that there aren't semantics in this, that there still needs to be further discussion and how maybe that would happen, and, but in general, a low to moderate growth rate seems to be palatable for the county budget as well as the community.
And if I may just add, and I mentioned this to the Planning and Zoning Commission, but when we heard public sentiment, they understood that there needs to be development for fiscal stability of the county. So it was wonderful to hear that right from the public who participated.
A couple things. One is, what happens if this does not occur in this scenario? What is the impact and cost, to provide the services necessary? What you're saying is, if this occurs, we will have the ability to live within our means to provide the services that are expected. If this does not occur, then we will not be able to live within our means for the services provided. So what will it take to get us to live within our means? So that's an important factor. The other is that, this is countywide picture. The county is not homogeneous in any way or fashion. The designated growth area down in Eldersburg is very different than a designated growth area in Union Bridge or Westminster or other places. And opportunities are very different, in the different designated growth areas and the rest of the county. What if one grows, balloons faster than another? Public sentiment would not favor that, in those communities. But again, those are impacts that, one, not everything is all alike, and two, if this does not happen in this design, like you said, getting the services that we deserve in Carroll County, what's it going to take if we cannot live within our means? This tells me by this we can live within our means to get the services, but what happens if we don't?
Yeah, it becomes a very important conversation of trade-offs.
Right.
And, I think by using this as kind of a guidepost of, okay, if this is what everyone is thinking we will need, then looking at, well, how does that happen?
Right.
And where does it happen?
Yeah, the messaging is going to be very important on this. So, I appreciate it. It looks good. But from that, what is the messaging necessary to get us to where we need to go?
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
thanks.
Next slide, please. And the last section of the report is the opportunities. This is really kind of the summary section of the report, if you want to call it, but it's looking at what are options out there that the county has at your disposal that would be appropriate for the county to consider as you go through your general development plan process. So, in general, there are some countywide zone land for economic development opportunities that are currently vacant. The planning department has a great GIS recording system for capturing all that we used, and then also you have some prime corridors to focus a lot of those industries or growth, the MD 140 and MD 26 to name the two. Another big component to this study, I think in addition to those growth scenarios, is we developed a priority greenfield and redevelopment matrix. And there's a lot of inner workings to the back of this matrix, but in the report there's a total of 31 sites. And at the start of this, we decided that projects and situations are always changing, so we decided that we would just keep all the opportunities there, whether or not there is maybe an active project there currently, just in case if something changed, you have something to fall back on, or you have a record of kind of what your history is at this snapshot of time. And it basically took into a lot of different scenarios of the zoning and the future land use as it's designated now, whether or not it is located in a designated growth area, priority funding area. We looked at additional constraints, and so that was, maybe transportation access or water, sewer, that type of thing. Any special overlays that would cause some regulation challenges. Again, we looked at the water and sewer service areas, the transportation network within a quarter mile, and then the concentration of employment that is found around that site. And so we had the backside of all of this was we had a ranking system to create a total number, basically, that put these sites into order. So the order that you see in the study is the first site got the highest score, meaning that it is the most ready today to bring someone in. And as Paige knows well more than I do, she knows all these sites like better than the back of her hand and what's going on. So it has been a pleasure to know all of that and her insights on it. But the intent too is as you get down further in the list, that is starting to signify that this site is not as quote-unquote shovel-ready for industry. So there might be some more obstacles, or maybe you have to change the zoning or the future land use, or there are service constraints there in order for it to get ready. But you can kind of go down the list, and that's how it would work that way.
The star over Mount Airy must be listed by a name I'm not familiar with. Is that the Beck development, or what's now considered Mount Airy Crossing, right on 27? What?
No, the Pank property is the one actually owned by, I believe it's Tom Pank on the south side of the Carnival grounds.
Oh,
that is this particular site. They went out with a memorandum of offering several months ago. The memorandum of offering was specifically targeting large warehousing. I haven't heard.
South or north of the fairgrounds? Maybe north?
South.
South? Okay, well, we're not talking about the old employment campus?
No.
Okay, all right.
No. I don't even think that was part of this study.
No, it doesn't look like it was.
Because it's not zoned.
It didn't go anywhere, okay.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
The next thing we looked at was the targeted industries, and these are some images that Andrew had mentioned about the Monopoly-themed open house that we had. But again, we wanted to present several options to the county on industries that we felt from on paper could work for the county, but adding in that public sentiment component of, well, what do you all feel like is really a good fit for the county? And so that hospitality and agritourism, manufacturing, and the small business incubation were those top three that came to the top. And there's different types of things that fall within those categories. The county and with the Economic Development Department, they already have and use a lot of these economic development tools and resources that are listed in the report and on this slide. And so we will be talking on the next couple of slides about impact fees and maybe an opportunity that we did discover in some other areas that are using a transportation impact fee to help with the transportation infrastructure in their areas as an opportunity. In terms of the revenue generation, most of the fiscal revenues come from income tax and property tax. And our subconsultant, JSNA, they did the bulk of this work, and they were really excited, again, with Paige and her division, as well as the planning. But the three main things that they kind of see as really impacting the revenue generation to consider and look at is what the county is already doing. And so that is the number of net new jobs, the average salary of those jobs, and then the assessed property value. As mentioned, the transportation impact fee was something that was discovered, and from the project team, we thought that this might be something for the county to consider as a way to help with those service constraints, especially dealing with the growth pressures and how that may happen. One thing that JSNA looked at was looking at some property-specific county revenue generation, and there are some details about it in the appendix of the report, and it's a very high level, but it was to kind of give an idea of what general industry types and what their revenue generation in the county may be pulling in. And so that way, kind of going back to the growth scenarios, if you know you have X amount of gap in your budget, what kind of industry makeup could help bridge that gap? And so are you going to pull in one large manufacturer, and does that do it? Or is it some agritourism and manufacturing, and so that it becomes a puzzle piece, but it helps kind of give you an idea of what that may look like. And with that is the conclusion of our findings and the snapshot of Carroll County. I hope you all will find it helpful in your general development plan, and I can speak on behalf of my side of the project team. It really has been enjoyable to be here in the county, to know you all, work with your residents and the staff. They have been fantastic. They are very knowledgeable, and it has really been a great project, so thank you.
Well, thank you all very much for the presentation. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, are you done with us? Are we done with you? I didn't think so.
Fortunately.
Really?
Yes.
I don't want that.
No.
I mean, no, I definitely don't want that. We have a lot of work to do. And, I've said a lot, we don't have the resources to do all the things we want. So therefore, what are we not going to be able to do? This is, sharing with us, a path forward to getting us towards a master plan. There's going to be some very difficult decisions. So I appreciate you giving us what you did and navigating us through this for this upcoming budget discussions. But it sounds like we're just not living within our means. That's at the end of, the bottom line from what you shared is our resources have gone down, our revenue across the state and across the county has gone down, and our services continue to increase. Okay. No, I didn't realize that you're done with us. Sad.
I know. We feel the same way. It really has been a pleasure.
Absolutely. Thank you for all of the due diligence and hard work that you've done. So.
It's been an enjoyable project.
And
It would be curious to see, you know, so many people are here for the agriculture, for the quality of life. They want slow or moderate growth, but are they willing to pay for the quality of life? Because without more than moderate growth, we can't afford it. And I'm not sure people look at that both ways.
And hopefully those are conversations through the general development plan process that, you know, can be had, because I think they are very important, and it's better, I think, to have those in early open conversations in the process, because in a way it's kind of the elephant in the room, right? You know it's there, you know it's going to happen, and you know, just let's have that discussion, let's work through it and really figure out what are those top priorities and values of our county that we want to make sure that we maintain and we keep and we're not willing to sacrifice on. And then in order to do that, we're going to have to do X, Y, and Z.
Right. And even if we don't do that, valuation of houses go up. Valuation of houses go up, our tax rate doesn't go up, but the, you know, inside the envelope is the bill for a higher, you know,
And that
cost.
helps.
Well, it helps us, but it frustrates others because they think that we're raising taxes. If
Yeah.
we're not raising taxes, it's just the assessment of the
We
house
don't do
goes up.
assessments.
No, and you know, again, it's a lot of this. No, I really appreciate all the work, and a lot of it also is going to come down to messaging, and we have to work together. You know, and I see Chris behind me, but Chris and Mary and, you know, Paige. I mean, working hard to how do we message a very clear Carroll County path forward, you know, in the master plan. So.
One thing that John Stover had brought up, and correct me if I'm wrong, is, and he's the one who did a lot of the data analysis and the real estate and the revenue, and he suggested that we have a fiscal impact study done. Because this particular study did not go that far to look at that, but to get to the point of, do you want this? As Courtney said, what do we need to ensure we have that revenue to support the residents' needs and wants? And I do think that's a very important part of the puzzle, because as you all know, the constraints of our water and our sewer systems, that's a big fiscal number as well. So I don't know if that's something that Chris and his group will bring up, but I just wanted to mention that was something the other sub-consultant had suggested we do.
And it's like today, we looked at fees for parks.
Right.
And the gun facility and such. You hate to see those go up, but somebody has to help pay for it. And that's why I was glad to see we are charging out-of-county people more and a lot of the stuff, but it's tough for those rates to go up. A lot of the people that use some of those parks, the passive parks, are on fixed incomes.
Absolutely.
You know, I feel a little different about pickleball players and of various ages. They could pay their way,
They're
but
young and
there's a lot
spry.
of people fixed income doing that too. So how do you divide it? You're not going to tell her I said that.
I'm about to say, you
I
just.
won't. I won't mention that.
You want the pickleball
But just to,
people coming
no, they'll
at you.
gang up on you, Kenny. You don't want
Yeah,
that.
you don't.
But I do appreciate all this, and obviously I saw part of this presentation before in planning and zoning. I think the one thing that it does very concisely is it points out to the public some of the narratives that might not be completely accurate, that we kind of hear a lot. You know, we always hear about all this growth and population, and this shows pretty black and white that hasn't been the case. And obviously, like we talked about briefly earlier about housing, you know, that's great. It fixes that area to a piece, but the challenge there is the revenue from housing is not enough for what we need.
No.
And of course, you know, we're looking here at such small numbers of industrial and commercial. So the question becomes, it's a balancing act, like I've always said. Do we adjust that on the commercial and industrial to offset the housing, or do we end up having our residents footing the bill, which I don't think any of us want to see that in this community on that level. But I do appreciate all the hard work.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it as well. I mean, I'm looking at this study and I'm listening to you talk, and what I'm hearing is that increased spending, increased taxes, increased residential building, increased staffing is not economic development. What this study is telling me is that economic growth is what's needed. I think, and I can remember back when I was on the Planning and Zoning Commission, every single Board of County Commissioners has talked about economic development, economic growth. So we've got this study. We've got a relatively new board. We've got some expertise in the matter. We've got a new director of economic development. So let's take a look at that economic growth element. And I think that's what this study is giving us, some information to that effect. So that's what I hope our focus is on. I mean, that's an age-old, those are the economic laws of nature right there. I mean, you know, that's how civilizations survive. Economic growth, you raise revenue that way, and then you decide how you're going to spend it for the best, for the good of the people and that sorts of things. So I appreciate all the work you put into this. Thanks.
Happy to. Thank you.
Any more comments? Thank you.
I would just like to make one comment. It was a pleasure working with Courtney and her team as well.
Thanks, Andrew.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Yes, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, happy holidays.
So we're going to take item 7 and move it downstairs to where?
003, the big hearing room downstairs.
Down to Reagan Room.
Yeah, that way everybody can see the
Yes,
big screens
yes.
better and things.
And so we're skipping that for now. And Chris, do you still have a very patient public comment caller?
Yes, sir, I believe I do. If the caller could use *6 to unmute, identify yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Do you need to switch the screen?
Yes, thank you. Catherine Adelaide, Carroll County Republican Central Committee. That was an interesting discussion. I enjoyed hearing it while I was doing other things. Good morning, commissioners, and you made me one very happy lady today, the best Christmas gift ever. I did get word from Chris earlier. Appreciate your leadership. New President Kyler, and the 2 phone calls that I missed, nobody could ask for more effort than you made. And it looks like the job has been done, and there's going to be, a press release going out today. You took care of the public comments. Publicizing the issue of Kratom in the Priority Carol segment. Really appreciate that. Chris did inform me that, a PSA was just too short of a time to do a formal one, so I apologize for that. But I think the whole team, everybody worked great. The timing was absolutely perfect. Today is when, after work, traffic's going to pick up. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's not just a big holiday; it's a weekend as well. So I'm just so proud of you guys for moving quickly on this, especially the new leadership. Just looking forward. I won't be out of your hair now and until after the new year. Just looking forward a little bit to 2024. Hope to get a resolution in support of Israel passed in January. That's looking good. I wish I could have done it before Christmas, but it didn't happen. I will continue my work on drugs, including the recreational pot and the kratom. I'm very interested in these. If you read my email that I've sent to the Carroll County Times, which I hope will, with your comments, we'll pick up and do some kind of article to warn the public as well this holiday weekend. But this Union County, Mississippi, Sarasota, Florida, these counties that have banned this, as well as Denver, Colorado, and San Diego, huge cities have taken the initiative to ban kratom. So there's the path has been set forward. Westminster seems to be a major spot where I'm hearing the kratom is just out there. From one of the people who came up during the protest, he wanted to know why I was just doing that one. I said, because they're openly advertising. And he said, it's in every smoke shop up and down Westminster, Main Street, everywhere, according to one person who was not using kratom but was there for the recreational pot. Finally, of course, we will be very consumed as a committee with the elections, and I'm excited about that. It's going to be an exciting year. So I thank you all again for getting this done. I'm completely happy with the first important thing to do for the health and safety of Carroll Countyans, and I wish you all a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you.
Thank
Merry
you,
Christmas.
and our voicemails have talked to each other a lot.
Well, I appreciate your effort, Commissioner Kyler.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment here?
Yes, I have John Million who'd like to make public comment. If you go to the microphone and state your name and address, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My
Afternoon.
name's John Million. I live at 2598 East Mayberry Road, which is in view of the Babylon Road Bridge. I'm here to a short follow-up on my concerns of the 30th. If you'll remember, I showed you where the bridge is falling down, and I took the effort to crawl under the bridge and take a closer look, which, as you can see, the truss that holds up the I-beams, that holds the decking, is rusted completely through. That, unbeknownst to me, is why my concerns that the bridge was leaning towards Silver Run. I wanted to bring that to your attention because it's probably one dump truck load away from catastrophic collapse, in my opinion. The Department of Public Works said that the bridge is in fair condition. I don't agree with that. I have the memo here that says, and they stated it was in fair condition on the 30th. I don't agree with that. They also stated here on the 30th that there was somewhere in the 80s, 80 cars per day that use that. I have here, and I'll read it, from January the 17th, 2013, where my attorney, Walsh and Fisher, said that Tom Rio said that there was about 100 cars per day using that bridge and road. That was 10 years ago. I question the Department of Public Works car count, and I can only theorize they must have taken the car count from when COVID was here, and I don't know why they would do that. I have in my hands a deed, a Libra 4, page 103, that's filed with the county roads, where the county commissioners of Carroll County on 19th of November was given 4.3 acres of property from the farm I live on. And page 4, Libra 4, page 104 here, I'll read, it says, the land, Carroll County Roads, Plat Book 62, perpetual easement, purpose of construction, drainage facilities, connection with the improvement of Babylon Road, and the construction and maintenance of a box culvert over the stream of Silver Run. Now, this was filed with the county. It makes no mention to it makes no mention to the fact that this, unless we find a invasive species like the turtles, it makes no reference to in case there's a wetland. It makes no reference to any of that. It says and it's filed with Carroll County. It should be a binding contract.
And you're about 4 minutes into your 3 minutes, so.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, if you
Okay.
can finish your thoughts. I know you got a lot of stuff there.
Okay, no, I don't. I have a short follow-up on the 30th, and I'm almost finished. I don't think there's anything else that I could say except what I said on Thursday.
What's your wish that, the roads stay open?
My wish? I bought the property in 1988. 1988. Here on April the 13th, 1989, Tom Sterling says, and you're welcome to look at this, yes, I did say the new construction and roadway were a top priority with Public Works, but unfortunately the funding of this project is unavailable at this time.
Okay.
So, like Attorney Zuriaga's father, I was promised a road and a bridge to be relocated also.
Okay, well,
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, and I think we've said, any of us are willing to meet. We can only meet 1 or 2 with you, but we're willing to meet more, but we got, unfortunately,
I know, it's afternoon.
busy day today, and
Understand.
you've done your time, but if you want to meet any of the individuals.
Yeah, I'm looking at some dates for potential meetings.
I have to dispute that myself because I've made 3 calls to the secretary who promised that they would pass my information to meet with somebody here. You, and you, who are in my district.
Yep.
I made 3 calls, and I made a call this morning to somebody else, and they said, well, there's a public meeting, and I didn't know that.
Okay, well, thanks for coming to that, but we're working on dates, and maybe
do have
we're
one
we're not
question.
as responsive as you'd like, but.
I do have one question. At the November 30th meeting, you said you were going to vote on closing the road, the prescriptive right-of-way. Have you done that?
No. No, I think, if I can speak for everybody, we thought there were too many factors that we wanted to consider and not vote that day, and we have not.
Well, it's a prescriptive right-of-way. You're allowed to use it if you want to walk and look under the bridge and see the rusted truss. You're welcome to do that.
Okay, well, and we will get back to you, and thank you very much.
Okay, and what form? Call me or
Okay.
write me, or I would like to know because I've been dealing with this since 1980.
Yep.
89.
Well, sir, would you prefer a call or an email back to confirm when we want to meet?
Call would be great.
Call? Okay.
Email is.
Okay, we will.
Email don't make it to Babylon Road.
Okay.
It's a long way. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Yep, happy holidays. Yes, very Merry Christmas. Is there any administrative discussion here? Okay, do we need a motion to approve the closed minutes from 12/14/2023?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
And we're ready for Wanda. We're ready to go through agenda.
Nice holiday.
You too.
Thank you, sir.
Roberta, do you happen to have the ARC resolution?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to mention it to him afterwards.
Good afternoon, Wanda. How are you?
Good afternoon. Hello.
Most patient person
Absolutely.
in the building.
Okay, this will be easy. The week of Monday, December 25th, we're going to celebrate Christmas for 2 days, and right now, there's nothing on the agenda for the next 3. And the following week, we're going to celebrate New Year's, and we are going to work on Tuesday. The building will be open. That was a big question at the employee luncheon. I said, so you guys got a day, now you want another. And I don't blame them, but the building will be open. Wednesday, also Thursday.
I
8
told
a.m.
him to talk to the president.
Yeah. Thursday, January 4th, closed administrative. Open session, first item is budget transfer for Carroll County Public Schools. Second item is exercise of option to purchase Richard H. Hubbard and Ann Hubbard property, and close after that for land acquisition. And Carroll County Farm Bureau Legislative Dinner, Commissioners Kyler and Rothstein.
And Wanda, please add me to
I
that.
have the podcast. Anything else? Now, the work session is part of the meeting, so we need to
Just
take a recess.
Right, a brief
I need
recess.
a
to do
motion
that.
to take a recess until we meet downstairs at a time to be determined to do the work session. So,
Motion to recess until 1:10?
no.
No?
You
1:15?
cannot do a time.
Oh, okay,
We
never
still
mind.
have a little bit more administrative, and
Okay.
your lunch is getting cold.
Motion, I will withdraw that motion and motion to recess until as soon as possible.
That sounds good. Second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Hey, guys. Back into our work session.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, one of the topics of discussion that we've had has been regarding bulk requirements, and specifically bulk requirements in the commercial district when they are adjacent to the residential district. So I want to be very clear that we've got a very narrow scope that we're talking about here, commercial adjacent to residential. And to help the discussion, we've got a couple of cartoon graphics here for your reference. So the first page shows what our existing code represents, right? So on the left, you have residential, on the right, you have commercial. Currently, there's no specific code for that scenario, but in general, commercial buildings can be up to 50 feet tall, right? And the side yard setback on commercial is 10 feet. The side yard setback on residential is 12 feet.
One
Yes,
question.
sure.
Does this apply in the municipalities?
No, this is county code.
just county,
Correct.
not city Westminster, not any municipality?
Correct, yes, they have their own requirements, yes. And another clarification on residential is that depending on which zoning district, you have a maximum height. So it's 35 feet on, which ones are they? Refresh my memory. Our 10, 20, and 40 is 35. However, there's a sliding scale that allows it to go up to 40 feet if you increase the side yard setback. The maximum height in our 7500 is 40 feet out of, right from the get-go. So that's where we're starting with existing conditions, right? So there was some concern about having these taller buildings adjacent to residential districts. And so we took this discussion to the Planning Commission, and the recommendations that came back from them have both a base standard and then also a sliding scale also. And we'll show you, I think, why the sliding scale is important.
And residential always had the sliding scale?
Yes, to go from 35 feet to 40 feet, yes. So what's been recommended is that on the commercial side, that we lower the maximum height from 50 feet down to 35 feet, that we increase the side yard setback to 15 feet. And then, if you turn to the last page, the sliding scale would allow you to increase your height from 35 to 50 feet if you increase the side yard setback to 30 feet. So it's a 1 foot for 1 foot, 1 foot of height for 1 foot increase in setback.
So in other words, if it's 20 feet side yard, you can go up to 40 feet in height.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, what cannot be in the side yard setback? Obviously, the 35-foot building. What if they had a shed? What if they had an enclosed dumpster pad? What if they had propane tanks?
Right.
Can they go in the 15 feet or?
Parking lots?
Parking lot, yes.
Parking lots can.
If it's part of the principal building, that's what the setback is for. Now,
A separate small building.
A separate
dumpsters
shed?
in front of it?
Accessory buildings have their own separate.
Right.
Thank you.
Oh, okay,
Their own
gotcha,
separate
gotcha.
setbacks, which are pretty small, really.
Yes, yeah.
So the purpose of what we wanted to do today was, rather than print out a bunch of examples and so on, we thought it would be helpful. You all know the county better than all of us, right? Especially your districts. And there may be examples that you'd like to see. So I've got the GIS map that there's some examples that I want to show you for discussion. But then if there are any addresses or any locations that you're curious to look at, we can zoom into them. We have the ability to pull up street view so you can look at it from the street and so on. So this is more of a live type demo so that you can get all the answers to questions on specific use cases that you may have. So going to the screen then, this is our GIS data. And what I've done is I've turned on all of our zoning. So in typical zoning colors, brown is agricultural, so you can see the brown through the majority of the county. Green is conservation. I've consolidated all the different types of residential into one color, so those are represented as yellow. I've consolidated the commercial into a pinkish, whatever color that is, and then industrial into purple. The other thing that I did was, in order to make it easier for us to find those commercial locations, is I added points to all of the commercial properties. And so if I turn those on, you can see where those are the locations of our commercial properties. So if you want to look at, if you're curious about what commercial property is up here in the northwest corner of the county, we can go and zoom to that. But to start with, what I'd like to do is give you a couple of specific examples so that we can talk about them, and then we can certainly zoom wherever you like to in the county.
That's a really big cursor.
Yeah, that was recommended, that it's easier for it to see the large cursor, so. So I'm going to start with Carroll Highlands, because as you know, that's the project that kind of kicked off this discussion. And as you can see, this is the Carroll Highlands area. This is zoned commercial, and we have residential surrounding it. The Carroll Highlands project, let me turn zoning off for just a second, was actually, it's 4 properties. So these 3 are all zoned commercial, and then this property is split zoned. The front is commercial and the back is residential. So this is the Carroll Highlands location. Now what's interesting is I will pull up, now as you know, that project has been withdrawn, so this project is not moving forward. But we saved the copy of the concept plan. And I just wanted to illustrate this, because one of the things that we mentioned in one of our meetings is that these guidelines they're exactly that. They're kind of the guide rails of what the developer can work within. But when you do a typical development like this, because of all those additional things like parking lots, stormwater management facilities, and so on, it's not usual to kind of go up and push up against those exact setbacks. And this is a good example of that. So this is the building shown here in the middle. And then the property line runs along through here and comes back to here. And you can see, like, with the side setback, because of stormwater management facilities, so there were 3 proposed here, the parking lot that's shown here, you've got a drive aisle that comes through here. This building was designed to be up towards the front. This is Maryland 26 up here. And those distances, as designed, were much greater than the minimum guidelines that are required. And if I can zoom in here. And this mouse is very temperamental, so forgive me. So this is the shortest, smallest setback.
Where is the residential zone part of that property?
It's over here, right where the cursor is.
So nothing was being built on that?
No, it was not, correct. Yep, and this is the smallest setback that was proposed for this development, which is, you see the label here, 70.86 feet.
So, good so far. The additional challenge is that the proposal was to have this being built on a knoll, on a hill, which is much higher than 26 itself. So from 26 to where the property is, we're already talking an additional 15 feet, let's say.
Yes.
So 15 feet plus the 50 feet is 65 feet from the
roadbed,
the
basically.
roadbed.
Right.
Yeah.
And that was a concern as well.
Sure.
In addition to all of this.
Yes.
Is that becoming, or is that into the recommendations at all? Or
No,
how do
and-
we address that?
Well, that would be extremely difficult to address, because you then would have the opposite, right? So if your building site is lower than the road,
Correct.
would we then allow a 60-foot building because the building sits
Understand.
lower and it comes up to the same relative height? And then you start getting into the perspective of the adjoining properties. So it may be, one property may be higher than you, one property may be low. It just adds so much complexity to
Oh, no,
try
I
and
understand.
topography in there that we are not proposing anything related to topography of the site.
And this use was not conditional.
No.
If it were a conditional use, you could do all kinds of parameters.
Well, actually, the planning commission has that authority, so.
But not with this.
Yes.
Oh, with this also?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh.
So planning commission, if
So they could say, we only want this 40 feet.
Yes.
I
Maybe.
don't think they can.
No, that's a bulk requirement. I don't,
Yeah, that's the allowed bulk requirement.
yeah, that would.
So they can't reduce
They
that.
could probably require screening and
screen it.
things
Yes,
like that.
yes.
And lighting be lower level and aimed in different ways, but yeah,
I
right?
don't think they
think-
can adjust the bulk requirement if it's
Yeah.
permitted. I mean,
Right.
that wouldn't be fair.
Now, conditional uses have,
That's a different
That's a
story.
different
That's a
story.
different
That's the BZA then, yes. They have additional authority from that perspective, so.
So you're saying, continue to look at this property in accordance with what is being proposed by the planning commission. 15-yard setback from residential, 35 feet bulk requirement allowed in height-wise. The current setback is what was proposed with the former,
They proposed a 71-foot setback.
at the least, the
I believe the smallest, yeah. Some
But
of the other
legally,
wisdom-
what could they have done
Uh,
by the old rules?
10,
10
Yeah.
10 feet, right? Whether it's a road or residence,
10
doesn't
feet.
matter what it is, it's 10 feet.
so they were going all the way to 71 feet?
yes,
And that
so-
was the smallest.
yes, and that was the smallest.
Some
Here's,
places, like
this
from
dimension
that
right here.
house across the pond,
Yeah.
across the parking lot.
that's 186 feet.
Okay, I was gonna say a couple hundred feet of it.
Yes,
So with the same setback, if it was 71 feet or even 50 feet, they can go up to 40 feet in accordance with the planning commission's recommendation.
well, so with the planning commission's recommendation, they could go up to 50, because it would be greater than
They could go up to
15 feet.
50?
Yes.
Sliding.
1
It's
foot of
sliding,
setback
but
for
we
1
stop
foot
at
of
50,
height
so
above
it doesn't keep going past 50. Yeah.
So if they,
So in other words,
this still could have been 50
this
feet.
still could have been
Yes.
50 feet.
Yes.
They pulled it back, there was some legal action going on.
That's
Yes.
because of the
Property.
Yeah.
deed restrictions of some sort.
Yeah, let me go back to the map here. So there are four, as I said, there are 4 parcels,
Yeah,
and this parcel right here has a deed restriction on it
right.
that it's not to be used for commercial. And so there was some legal discussions as far as whether they could use that parcel to have a driveway or an access way back to the commercial
Right.
here, that it was being used for commercial purposes. And so that was the legal
Could they?
discussion. That was never settled in the court.
Well, it stopped before.
It stopped, yes.
They
Yeah.
pulled out of the.
Now, how wide was that lot, you remember?
I can tell you, I can zoom in here and measure it. That is about 115 feet. 115 feet.
Okay. So they didn't have a building on it, they wanted
No.
parking and was that the ponds? No, the pond's the other side.
Pond's over on this side, yeah, if I switch.
So basically, another developer, in accordance with what we see in front of us, could come in there, work to purchase the property and build
Yes,
a storage facility up to 50 feet in accordance with the
Yes.
planning commission's
yes.
Recommendation.
But because of
recommendations.
deed restrictions, they can't use that one
Yeah, but that's,
That's
for
a
anything.
That's a
Now,
discussion.
could they put a pond there? You don't know because it didn't make it to court.
Yes,
They could?
yes, you could put a stormwater facility there, yeah.
So you can have something zoned commercial, but have a deed restriction against commercial use? How does that happen?
So
Is that
you
a
can.
family thing at that point? or
Yeah,
is it-
so that goes back to, I think, either the 50s or the 60s when this residential development was put in place. And you can put all sorts of deed restrictions.
Okay,
You
gotcha.
don't, in fact, just about anybody, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, can file something in land records related to their property. And there's some very questionable deed restrictions going back to the 40s and 50s, that would never stand up in court.
I think
Yes.
where you're going with that.
Yes. Now, this particular type of deed restriction basically said that this was a residential subdivision, and it can only be used for residential. Whether that would stand up in court, the county doesn't get involved in those types of things, so it's strictly a civil matter.
But they were taking it to court.
They were.
The neighbors, and just,
Right.
the project went away before.
Right.
Yep.
So then the next question is the type of product or facility or establishment could be put there. Could we restrict bulk or storage facilities in commercial that are next to residential?
Yes, yeah. that's-
And we could. We
Yeah,
could
that's-
make that determination
Yeah, that's what we're looking at.
if we're willing to do that.
But that's a relatively passive use. Why would you want to restrict?
I'm not saying we do. I'm
No,
not saying we
no,
do.
I'm saying that these people.
So let me show you a couple more examples that I think illustrate, no, that illustrates that the project that brought this to light, and that, and whether you would want to go to those sorts of extremes. There's been some citizen requests of increasing those setbacks to 50, 60 feet or so on. And I think what I'll show you next will show that why we don't want to do that, because what I think needs to be clear is that these bulk requirements, these setbacks, they apply to all commercial, and the setback has nothing to do with the height of the building. So if you increase the setback to 30 feet, 40 feet, 50 feet, or whatever, because you're concerned about the height, that's going to affect all commercial properties, which is problematic.
The lot on the left, how wide did you say it was, 150?
115 feet, yes.
So if you had 50-foot setbacks.
Exactly. Yep, and I'll show you some other examples that
I
illustrate that.
apologize, just one more thing is.
Yes.
The houses south,
Yes.
how far are they from the setback? From the road that would have to be,
So how far is this house from the property line? That is 27 feet.
But then,
right, which is,
then what was this? As the proposed plan,
Then it was an additional 70 feet
so
to
it
the
would be
to the
100
building.
feet.
Yep, yeah.
from
100
that.
feet to the building itself?
Yeah.
Okay.
So let me show you an example of an existing business that's taller. So this is Maryland 32 near Circle. This is the National Guard. It's just south here. This aerial is from when it was under construction.
Yep.
So the property that we're looking at is Northrop Real Estate. And if I turn on the zoning, you can see that it's zoned commercial and it's completely surrounded by residential, right? And if I can show you the front view. So this is the building. I don't know how tall it is, but it certainly could be every bit of 35 feet or so tall, with being 3 stories and so on. You can see the property boundary here, and that's pretty close. I've measured it, it's about 25 feet thereabouts, so it's pretty close. In this case, the adjacent residential zoning, this property here, is vacant, so there's no house that's being impacted by that. But
It could be.
there could be, well, maybe. It also happens to be a FEMA floodplain, so there's the FEMA floodplain, so nothing's ever going to be built there. But the point is well taken, is that something could be built there, and if a house was built, does that make it non-conforming? Right? Because we're talking about restrictions on the commercial side, not on the residential side. So any sort of rule that we put in place of saying setbacks should only be so amount, it's going to affect every single commercial zoned property in the county.
The other challenge to this is the subjectivity that is written in the Freedom Plan. The Freedom Plan says things should look like this or may look like that. They may, should conform, And folks will say, well, that's why this establishment or this, Dairy Queen is built this way because it looks like it's another house, or, not Dairy Queen, Dunkin' Donuts, whatever it may be. Same thing with Craig Northrop's or Northrop's, facility or business, looks like a house. So it conforms to the community. And that's what a large part of the Freedom Plan does. It makes those suggestions or suggestive type of comments, which people will compare that to the zoning. And I'm like, they're two separate products. But again, it's the community telling us. So.
But the difference here in your wetlands or floodplain, whatever it was, they probably can't build, but if they do build, they're building it next to an existing commercial building. And
Yeah. So let me show you another example. This is out in Hampstead. And so here you can see a couple of commercially zoned properties next to residential, and there's actually industrial across the street. But if you look at this property, it's zoned commercial, and in this case, I believe the house is about 7 feet away from the edge of the property. Now, you certainly could get, if they wanted to redevelop this commercial property, tear down the house and build something back up again, right? If they stuck with the same footprint as the house and so on, you could get variances towards those setbacks. But if you wanted to go with something absolutely brand new, then, and the setbacks applied, and you couldn't get a variance, you would be very constrained to try and build anything if we had significant setbacks. In this case, the lot is only 50 feet wide. So applying a bulk 30-foot setback to the whole county, all commercial properties, would make this property undevelopable from that perspective without variances and so on.
do you have any idea, or maybe you're gonna say that later, what the average size of a commercial lot is, or how many small ones like this exist?
There are a lot.
I know, I know.
And
We do, we have about, this would be affecting about 20% of all commercially zoned properties in the county.
Mhm.
I think we might have given that to you.
So we'd be making 20% of them unbuildable.
You would be
Close.
impacting 20%.
Impacting, yes.
And then,
Yeah.
as far as the C2 properties, the average is 1.3 acres.
Yeah.
You'd be impacting the decisions being made
Yep.
on what can and cannot go, not that they're necessarily on.
And 1.3 acres wouldn't have to be a square, so it's not like 300 by 300. It's-
Exactly. Yep.
Like this looks very rectangular,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
I did.
You know your shapes.
The last example I wanted to show you is a project that's in process. So this is on Johnsville Road, and you can see we've got commercially zoned here and next to residential zoned. What's interesting here is that the same entity owns both parcels. They own both the commercial and the residential. And they are proposing age-restricted apartments on the commercially zoned property. And they're proposing three buildings.
Senior.
So here are the three buildings here. And if we zoom into the back property line, which is that residential line that code changes would affect, they are 22 feet off of the back property line. However, they own that property. Now, I would recommend against trying to codify something that talks about if you own it or don't own it, because that changes, right? They own it today, they could start working through this plan, and then they sell it tomorrow, and now all of a sudden do we say, well, you're non-compliant? I would stay away from that. But just, I wanted to show that in this case, they're proposing a 22-foot setback, and these are going to be three-story buildings, so they're going to be pushing that height limit. So the decisions that you all make as far as moving these are very much going to affect what they build here.
I mean, the good news on this product also is that the builders went out to the community.
Yes.
And they did it multiple times, that this is what our intent is. And they shared as much as they could in this development, which is great, to have great neighbors like that, you know?
No.
So, yeah.
What were they able to get away with? A whole bunch of bio areas and not a big pond?
Yes, yes.
Well, across the street is a big pond.
Yeah, I don't know if they're proposing to use that as part of their stormwater,
On
but,
Johnsville?
but they are, yeah, they've got, there's a facility there, there's a facility there, facility there. They've got, what, five stormwater, 6, 7. So, yes, they've got several small facilities to address stormwater management.
Oh, so you don't think they're gonna use on the other side of Johnsville?
I don't know.
Yeah.
No, so from a water quality perspective, they're addressing it with these. There may be a quantity component that they use what's across the street. So I've shown a lot of some examples and so on. I don't want to confuse matters. Hopefully this provides you with some thought. As far as our recommendation, I think we're in line with the recommendation of the Planning Commission, which was, again, making that side yard setback just a little bit larger, 15 feet, and then that sliding scale so that if you are going taller than 35, that you do have to have a wider setback. So I think that addresses, to some extent, I'm hoping that's kind of a happy compromise, that it addressed some of the community concerns without making something so onerous that it would hurt development on those smaller parcels where you only have a 50-foot wide parcel.
Well, it doesn't, I understand. Again, I don't disagree, and I'm much in line with, you know, Commissioner Collar sharing that, you know, commercial is there to build, and we need revenue for the right reasons.
How many vacant
It doesn't-
commercial
I
properties
apologize,
do you
just
think we have?
Real quick, it doesn't answer the challenge that this property has with Carrolltown. I mean, it's just, it's regardless.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. But I guess that's the caution, right? Is
Yeah.
that the project that brought this up, I understand why it came up, and the site and so on, I completely understand the citizens' concerns. The caution is that whatever we decide, whatever you decide, is going to affect properties around the county.
That's correct.
And, yeah.
And and all the problems seem to be in his area. But how many residential houses were close to that property? Half a dozen? Not even that.
Well.
And that's the only, and I understand.
I know.
But-
It goes
But we're gonna
deep.
let 3 or 4 people on one piece of property make a whole bunch of commercial unbuildable. And it just,
Well,
I think,
I might not go as far as to say that we're going to let a couple people make it unbuildable so much as we are trying to take into account certain concerns. To Commissioner Rothstein's point, I think a number of issues with that particular property, the fact that it was on that little hill, the fact that it was a storage facility. And I think that Commissioner Rothstein also spoke to something else very important. Certainly, the argument can be made that it's subjective, but I think it is important, is that, if you are going to build something of a substantial size, having the architectural receptiveness to the area, that it fits in with the surrounding community, right? I mean, you don't necessarily go by that one business and know that it was Northrop or whatever, right? You go by and you think, oh, well, it's a large house or something. And I think that that's also part of the issue here. And when it comes to the setbacks and the sliding scale, I think, and when you showed me that map that put something into very stark perspective for me, anyways, is that you can talk about, oh well, it's got to be 20 feet away from 20, just as an example, right? You got to have 20 feet between the building and the residential property, and you think that's a lot until you look at that map and see that it's 20 feet. It's it's 4 Kennys stacked on top of each other. So I
You just said you're 5 feet tall.
He's getting smaller as age.
But so I think that having that discussion about the setbacks does matter, because when you take all of that into account as well, I'm not so sure that it makes things unbuildable so much as it makes somebody who wants to build a business there receptive and conducive to local concerns, I think is probably the way that I would approach it.
but if we went to pick something, 40-foot setbacks. It makes a lot of commercial lots unbuildable. It doesn't matter how pretty you make them, it doesn't fit.
Well, the height, though, is part of what we're talking about with the sliding scale, right? I mean, the higher you build, the greater that setback's got to be.
So what we're proposing, so if it's 35 feet, which also happens to be the maximum height for most of the houses, right? Then it's a 15-foot setback. So if I was redeveloping that example in Hampstead, let me go back to that.
And I guess just another question while Chris is maneuvering there. How many businesses absolutely require, a 50-foot height to be able to effectively operate?
Well, and that was the point I was getting to.
Oh, okay,
It's that if you were redeveloping this, so this house, and I can find the street view of it, but it's a typical 2-story. So you have 2 stories and then an attic, right? So it could be pushing 30-some feet tall, right? If you were redeveloping this and you want to be consistent, you'd probably be looking at a 2-story commercial building. So you may be upwards of that 30 feet, but you would have that 15-foot setback. By having that sliding scale, where in order to go to 50 feet, you'd have to have a 30-foot setback, that would prohibit a 50-foot building on this property, which I would submit is probably not appropriate. So that's where I see the benefit of that sliding scale, is that on the low end, you could redevelop this with something that fits. If you have a much larger property where you can afford that 30-foot setback, then you could go upwards of 50 feet.
So, and forgive me if I'm not understanding, but so wouldn't it be difficult to build a 50-foot building there anyways, even without the sliding scale?
Yes. Yeah.
The two issues that we have to, grapple with and, decide, one is, although the Carrolltown was the catalyst for this conversation, the recommendations that the Plan Commission and you are making doesn't take away the fact that it could still be built by the same bulk requirements. And number two is not to what, recommendation, limit the commercial development and take away storage facilities, in this type of, commercial property. Okay. I just want to be clear that those are two decisions because, Carrolltown's, they're going to come back, if a developer, if the seller, is selling it to another buyer and they want to build a storage facility, it's going to be like the spin cycle.
Right.
And, they're going to be able to do it. And you're right. We shouldn't look at just a handful of folks. We should look at the entire county. That's our responsibility, not just one piece.
Yes.
So, I just want to be very clear.
And I can predict, if the next person that buys that lot wants to put a 20-foot high building up with offices, they're gonna be in voicing their opposition. It doesn't matter.
I know. I don't.
They just
disagree.
don't want anything on that lot. And everybody here's been to mini storages enclosed and heated. I never see other traffic there. And the buildings are pretty plain and.
Oh, they're Class A
it's,
facilities.
I can think of 25 things I'd like to have less next door to me than a mini storage. It's not, they just don't want anything.
A Taco Bell with a retail vape shop? I
There
don't
you
know.
go.
No, I'm kidding. Anyway, well, actually, I'm not. But,
We had a car wash down the street bringing crime.
Oh, they're on 26, trust me, they want to build more car washes there. But I understand it is Class A. What they were recommending was Class A office space. The sheriff was very clear during town hall meeting, how many crimes have you had in any storage facility? He said in his entire experience, from being a state trooper to now, he has had 0. People didn't believe him, but I'm
No.
like, well, he's the sheriff. I can't say no. So it is a very low crime situation, but I agree with you. It's a property owner's right to sell and to build what they're allowed to sell and build. That's, okay.
And it's also their, not right, but they should do their due diligence when they buy it and know what their neighbors are gonna be. I mean, I tell people, we bought on Frothingham Mill Road, there was 2 farms in front of me, 3 houses beside me, and I told Rhonda, that field behind this is gonna be 300 houses. You can buy that farm, or you can look at 300 houses. It's not our place to say they can't do it.
Right.
And it never hurt a thing.
And so I guess that really does come back to the conversation that we have about, who are we doing this for? I mean, I know there's kind of a sense that, well, maybe it's just a couple of people that we're trying to respond to, but I respectfully disagree. I think that what we're looking at is something far greater, because what we're talking about is going to be, implemented countywide. And I would also argue that there are, any number of situations or circumstances throughout history where it, eventually something does become a problem, but it all takes one person for it to begin becoming a problem. And that piece of property in particular with the mini storage, I think it certainly has its own unique characteristics. The fact that it was on a hill, the fact that those houses really were a lot closer than I would have expected, And so I think that I wanted to ask Chris about, or anybody, about the idea of variances. Because I understand that there's a concern about whether or not we make things too restrictive. But given the fact that a lot of these properties really are unique and do have their own unique set of circumstances, if I want to build, a microphone store there, right, or a factory, and I'm convinced this is the place to do it, right? There are avenues open to me to pursue through variances. I mean, certainly that process is going to be a bit more involved and take a little bit longer, but I think that also actually benefits everybody, because it allows the community to have a say or better say in things as well. If we really are concerned about how something countywide is going to affect something locally, right, then I think that, it's not necessarily a question of how restrictive we make it, but that variance process that allows deviations where feasible, I guess, is the best way that I can describe that. And I guess I'm less concerned about whether or not it's restrictive as to how, based on unique certain circumstances, the builder or the developer can adapt to those circumstances. For example, you mentioned the Freedom Plan with the architectural style, the fittingness of something that goes in there. Like, for example, Commissioner Collier would say you can think of a dozen things you'd rather have next to you, right? I'm sure, depending on what it looks like, that would make it a lot more amenable to you as well, right?
But how do you write that rule?
And
Well, based on the local, so, I mean, for example, if you go into a municipality, right, you go especially toward the heart of the squares, you get a lot of old brick buildings that date back to roughly the 1870s, 1880s, 1890s, right? And so you can see that there's a very common architectural style among those. And that one building that you showed us, I think it was Northrop, right? It seemed like that fit in pretty well with all of the houses around it. And so it's not necessarily that somebody at the county is saying, you're going to adhere to this set standard. If we say, we want that building to fit architecturally with the area.
A picture of the property we're talking about?
The Northrop?
Where no, that one.
Yeah, this is Carroll Highlands.
So what exactly would be restrictive? I mean,
Is that stuff on there now?
Yes. Yeah.
And they were gonna take those 2 buildings? It looks like they're 2 buildings, right? A white one and a brown one?
Yep.
Yeah.
Both of those are existing buildings that would be torn down.
And they were gonna be torn down? Okay,
Are they
thanks.
residential, those buildings?
They were I think they were commercial use of some sort.
One was, I think, a
uses,
titling
but what I'm
company,
saying
maybe?
is,
I don't know.
Sorry.
anything that developer wanted to do probably improved that. Do you, you know?
I mean, I take the point about, commercial development and improvement, but if you have 2 businesses that look like 2 houses that blend into the neighborhood, right? And they're certainly gonna notice that a heck of a lot less than a 50-foot storage facility. And I think with something like a 50-foot storage facility, I'm not necessarily sure that no matter how you decorate it, it's gonna necessarily fit in at 50 feet tall. And so I think that goes back to the heart of the matter more so than anything else, is that the height and the setback, right? Because that's the point of today's discussion.
There are jurisdictions, including some of our towns, that do have, it's very loud, that do have design guidelines. Some very restrictive. I mean, think Columbia, the town of area of Columbia and Howard County, very restrictive guidelines. Or, to
Maybe like
what.
Uniontown here in Carroll County.
Right. So the county has our dark.
Yes.
But it's pretty minimal compared. Advisory. To date, no board that I've worked with at least has wanted to make those more restrictive. But that is a way to get that idea that, we want it to have a certain look or feel.
And on a different text amendment, coincidentally, this fall, the Planning Commission did discuss design guidelines at least 3 of their meetings, and really fell on the side that they're too subjective. If you make them too strict, then they don't fit everywhere. There just didn't seem to be a way to make it work. And the consensus among the Planning Commission members was they already have the authority to improve how it looks without having very set design guidelines, because design guidelines, they're very tricky, unless they're historic. Historic kind of makes sense in places like Columbia, because that was the original plan for Columbia, but they've been debated. Even in Freedom, there was the Boulevard District that had proposed design guidelines, and businesses are usually against it because it restricts a lot of what they can do. Even some of their corporate logos and things don't fit in with the design guidelines. So if you were to go that way, it would be a pretty big project for us to undertake and bring back to you. It's
Well, and I apologize, and if I was not clear, I apologize for that. I'm not specifically saying we need to mandate that every, business in the county have like a 1750s style inn and pub sign hanging off the front door, right? Exactly.
Ye old storage unit.
And so I wonder if something more generally but locally applicable, for example, the new building shall open enough for the business to have some flexibility, but specific enough so that we say that, well, this new building going in needs to blend architecturally with the area, and leave it at that.
That's so subjective.
That's the freedom plan.
That's kind of where we are now, and where there's a little bit of an issue, right? Because the Freedom Plan is designed to be kind of that general guidance, right? And that's what the Freedom Plan says. Then you get into the code, and that's where you have to get specific, and you get rid of those
ambiguities.
Ambiguities, exactly.
And
Yes.
right now, they conflict. And so if you take one, the Freedom Plan, you take the zoning bylaw, which one outweighs the other? It's gotta be the zoning. I mean, you gotta look at the entire county, and it just becomes a challenge. We inherited the Freedom Plan, and we try to use it, but it's designed to be a guide. It's not designed to be legislative. Although it is legislative, it is, it was,
How far is this from Boston?
Oh, it's all the way down the other end.
It's down
Yeah,
the
this is
other
by the bridges. This is
Oh,
by
this-
Baltimore
okay.
County. Yeah.
I'm just trying to think, because, again, we're on Liberty Road.
Yes.
It's, I don't know. It's just, you look down there,
Yeah,
it's,
And you have a wide range of
we're
looks.
not out in the middle of a residential subdivision where farmers next door.
Nope, it's 4 or 5 lanes is what,
Yeah.
where we're at.
But I think, but to your point, though, I don't think there's anything else on that road that is 50 feet, at least right in this area, it's
Walmart.
50 feet.
You're not too far from Walmart. The
Okay, so
lights,
how far down is Walmart?
oh, just getting there.
Okay.
Pretty far down.
There's a light. And then,
You got it much farther down.
It'd be faster if I went out to the map, but I think
You're not speeding.
wait.
They're right there. You're there on the
suicide lane.
You're still at the
Yeah.
mall.
There's Walmart.
there's Walmart in the background.
Okay, so,
So what's the building next to that pole? How tall you think it
That's
is?
Jimmy John's and Mod Pizza.
Is that 30 feet?
Probably every bit. 25 to 30 is my guess. Interesting, I was talking to Paige right after open session, and she was pointing out that the hotel issue that was brought up in their last discussion, right? And she said that hotels, the normal rule of thumb is 14 feet per story. So if there was interest in a hotel and it happened to be next to a residential district, that would have to be taken into consideration, because I don't know that we would necessarily want a hotel that's only 2 stories, and we would be limited to
The
that.
3 stories is pushing 50 feet.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and again, I think, looking at that building, what if it were 50% higher?
Like another.
Yeah, what if it were 50 feet?
Well, there's no residential.
Yeah, there's no residential next.
Well, there is residential
Yeah.
directly behind Walmart.
Way big, well, okay.
Not next to the
Walmart,
building.
yes, Macbeth, there is. But
Chris, can you go to a satellite view? I'm sorry.
Yes.
And the reason it is 20% is the way Carroll County is developed, it's all along the major state roads. So you're going to see all along 140 maybe not being the best example, but 26 and 32.
yeah.
You have your commercial, and then behind it, a lot of the time you are
Right.
going to have your residential.
Right.
It's just the way commercial development
It's
So
developed.
Yeah, it's
actually, in
been
this case, we do have commercial, this is right up against residential,
that's Macbeth, yeah.
and let me measure what that distance is.
And then you have the elementary school to the bottom right.
That's probably the closest, right? We're at about 55 feet.
Can you do street side? Can you show that, what that building looks like?
Yes.
Poor Chris and his temperamental mouse.
This mouse is horrible.
That's her.
So let me think here. That's.
No chance.
Off of West Hemlock.
Wait, that's where I wanted to be. Yeah, I was in the right place.
I was
Yeah.
driving on West Hemlock, maybe.
Down south, first time. We built Ridge Road, that was dirt.
You built a dirt road?
Yep.
Cool.
So you built the Kmart? The Kmart and the movie theater?
And it was the first time, I don't know, I was 20 couple, 16-inch water line. just-
The residences are over that wall
That's
to the
what runs
left,
back
Chris.
that road.
Yeah, so residences are past the privacy fence here. And you're probably a 2-story building, so 20-some feet.
So
And,
even though,
and not near as pretty as a mini storage.
and so even though it is, relatively close to the residential area, they still have some kind of physical barrier
Yeah.
between them.
Yes, and we
And
have
that-
landscape code that would require that, and so
Have
on,
the same
yes.
with the storage facilities.
And in that case, I know that the developer of Walmart, this area, which is Elm Street, worked very closely with the neighbors to make sure that they were as satisfied as possible.
Yes.
Black Oak. Thank you, sorry.
The second property you showed us had a lot of trees behind that building.
Which one was that? The,
Yeah, you do have landscape.
On Johnsville, no,
oh, Johnsville.
the trees.
Yeah, I think it
yeah.
was.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're-
Yeah,
they're
that
plan-
showed a
they're
lot of
planning
trees on that
trees.
property
That's
line.
correct.
Yes, this one.
Yes,
Yes.
They're providing a lot of screening.
between their property and their property.
Yes.
Well, it's because Freedom Ave, it goes into a dead end, and there's a handful of homes, and they want to keep the integrity of the homes.
Yep.
And also, on the other side is St. Joe's Church. So that was,
And I know where you're coming from. I just feel if we're gonna restrict commercial development in Carroll County, we need to start raising residential taxes, because somebody's gotta pay for it, and if we don't want commercial and industrial.
You mean, when you say restrict, you mean prevent or
Well,
finely tailor?
It's, if I'm ready to build those 2 buildings, and it's in budget, and you add 3 more things, that might no longer be in budget, and I'm gonna go someplace else.
Or in this case, if right now they're showing a 22-foot setback, if that setback has to become 30 feet or something like that, this is a relatively tight site,
Yeah,
right? There's
Because
the
it's probably
squeeze in.
required parking.
Yep, the parking, the stormwater
Nobody
management, all
does
those
extra
things.
just because they want to.
That additional 8 feet could make this prohibitive. And this is a fairly large size property.
And like you said, the bio area is, that's not a choice anymore
No.
much. It's,
No.
and they
15%.
take up a lot of room.
15%, that's the rule of thumb. 15% of your site is going to be stormwater management.
So, okay. What do we need to do?
For this, nothing. This was purely for you all to take a look at some examples. I'm happy to zoom around and look at other potential sites around the county.
The only thing we could do, I guess, if we wanted to direct you guys to do a different sliding scale or give us options, we can do that.
If there are other options you'd like us to look at, we can certainly talk
We
about
can-
those.
Can you hire him and he decides if the building's pretty?
I did make you a cartoon.
I know.
But really, the next step in this overall process is for us to go to public hearing. So there you'll be able to hear from citizens that on each of these sites. Hopefully you hear from some developers, so you can hear the other side of it, of how this would affect what they're looking to do. But that's really the next step in this process, is a public hearing, and then we can come back, we can do another workshop, you can discuss and decide, whatever, that's up to you all. But the next step in the process is public hearing.
Now, this kind of a project, is it a public hearing in this room or one at our regular?
No,
meeting?
we would have it in your.
You just do it at the regular meeting?
Yep.
You don't think it's gonna be that big a crowd?
No, I think you'll have the half dozen or so folks from Carroll Highlands, and then hopefully you have a couple of developers, and maybe we'll be blessed with Clark Schaefer, and, yeah.
You'll have more than half a dozen.
Potentially,
I mean,
Yeah.
that last community meeting we had was a couple hundred that came out. And,
But-
you know, if this is coming
Yeah.
back up on the plate, it's gonna get, you know, they're listening to this now, it's gonna get visibility where they're gonna come out with the same concerns. So, again, not to, you know, say one thing or another, but that's gotta be taken into consideration, so. But, again, I'm a strong believer in property owners' rights, and they own that piece of property. They should have the willing or authority and allowances to sell it, build it, do what's necessary in accordance with what is allowed by our permitting. So, whether it's in Carroll Highlands, or it's up in Hampstead, or anywhere else, so.
Thank you all very much for this. Thank you for taking
Absolutely.
the time for this, too,
Yeah.
for setting this up.
Now, we need a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
You're the
Second?
president.
Any opposed? In favor? Adjourn.
Aye.